back, my son, and welcome to another live reading. Our scroll for today will be Actual Facts Series number 49, entitled Freaks and the Perfect Creature. In our Lahaj, it says, Mun Maku Wu Pa Tamem Mukai. Alright, so before we get started, let's just do a little breathing exercises to wake ourselves up. Right, so that we can absorb our scroll so much better. All right, are you breathing properly? All right, so you're going to assess your posture. All right, are you slouching? All right, is your pants sagging? All right, because if your pants are sagging, that's going to throw you out of alignment. All right, so just feel yourself take a deep breath in, letting your diaphragm, remembering your diaphragm, which is a big muscle. When you inhale, that diaphragm gets to descend downward, all right, if you start with a deep breath. All right, so you don't want to be holding your stomach in. You want to let that expansion happen. All right, and as you inhaling, it's acting like a vacuum, your diaphragm, pulling air into your mid-lungs so it starts to expand outward. And as you keep inhaling, the breath is extending upward. So now the breath is moving up and your stomach is starting to go in. You hold the breath for a moment because you're absorbing the life force called the Sekhem. All right? That's the spark. And you absorb that and you breathe out. All right? So that's your basic smile. Very interestingly, that Baabaa wrote about in the breath book, he wrote about tuberculosis, which killed many people during the different world wars. All right, that was something that America faced, and also was a big pandemic at one time. And he noted that people who breathe properly survive tuberculosis. All right, specifically, especially when they went to sleep, because tuberculosis, it's a bacteria that tends to hide in different pockets of the body, specifically in parts of the lungs. And then when it is in hiding in different parts of the lungs that are not active, it's replicating, all right? It's festering. So when we're breathing properly, we're keeping the entire lungs active. So it's harder for contaminants to settle in, all right? So you may need that breath, all right, because there's been another tuberculosis outbreak that's been on the news for the last couple of days. In Kansas, all right? Right now, there's close to 80 cases, which is the biggest outbreak we've had in modern history. And they're expecting that it might actually spread. So this can be another, it can possibly be a bigger pandemic, or you might be exposed to different contaminants and not even know it. So by breathing properly, you'll be surprised the very protections, all right, that you are under when you are under natural nature, all right? So start by breathing properly. All right? And you're going to acknowledge also Saman, meaning complete union. You're going to assess, where are your thoughts? Where's your mental being? All right? Is it somewhere in the future? Is it somewhere in the past? Breathe through those thoughts and come back here in the present, all right? Where are your emotions? All right, how are you feeling? What's going on with your physical body? Where's the tension? For everything, relax into the here and now. So now you feel complete union with yourself in the many dimensions, all right? Because we know that our breath is the very gateway between our etherical reality and our physical reality, all happening through our breath, through our ra'uk, our breath of life, all right? So we're going to say, Paa Taraq la ra'uk Yaanun, Paa Baabaa Yaanun. Open the way to the soul, the breath of life, the spark of life of Yaanun. Open the door towards him. And you're going to notice that that doorway is inward. the very creative forces from which we all grew from, who, which we call him, all right? Open the door, open the way to the soul of Yanun. Let that spirit sit within your chest, all right? That soul of life, all right? That's what we're talking about, that spark of life. So feel your consciousness raise, your emotional awareness expand, all right? So now you feel at peace with yourself, you feel at peace with the whole reality, because we know that the first reality is you. So as we expand outward, all right, this is a reflection of everything that's happening inward, all right? So as we make peace with ourselves, we realize that we're putting order to the world around us, all right, through our very breath, all right? And that's why we say, Adoi Klau Tekolorat, Mufapur, Bisamos Papaut. Begin all prayers and thinking by using the all expanding. Now you say Samai, you realize that the breath itself is the all expanding from down, out, and up. Now you're tapping into your full potential, all right? So you're breathing that love, support, healing, guidance, all right, from Panadaru. And you're going to exhale that same love, support, guidance, and healing to your fellow brothers and sisters. And that's the proper way to breathe. And we create this conduit or this circle of our shook, all right, where our teacher sits, all right, at the center as our Zeti, all right, our central force, our nucleus that brings us all together. Hatakud. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashuk and Pa Pahut. Hu Kalal Ashuk Kawun Jawef Niya. Anuki Kasamu and Pa Pahut. Hu Pa Pahut Kawun Kasamu and Niya. Anuki Wahu Ame Pa Pahut. Hu Pa Pahut Kawun Wahu Ame Niya. Nakok Kadod Naja Ame Kasam em Pa Pahut. Hu Chabub Ame Mushkas Nakok Kado Kawan Kalal Pafef Nakok Ayo Jawef Pa Pahut. Ame Wase Ame Ayani Kawun Lake Bako Jawef Pa Pahut. Anuki Abed Biye Nafashni. Pa Pahut Kawun Anuki. Pa Pahut Kador Nakok Kador. Pa Pahut Amul Nakok Amul. And this book that we will be reading today is The Truth and the Way. Hanen Mispa Kawun, Pa Sawabu Pa Taraq, Ze Kawuna Nazula Lahe Amtkun. Mane Maspatu Masaa, Ama Hadea Mumuda Ma'u. Mane Muslafuku, Unataru. Arjulaye nafashukum, afukshane kawunku, pa sawabu pa taruk, pa hadeamu padama, nahun tawuantkum, lahe panenda malu shafe. Nahun sawantkum lahitem nasoinu. Nahun sawantkum La Hereafter kuma, and kuma ter muslafunu. Nahun ater mukharkum. Nahun salub nasar kuma. Nahun salub nasar kuma. Ansanun kahena taru. Ansanun muslafunu. Nahun ater muspatu. Anun atun atun amun. We are Sabians. Help us, divine ancestors. Help us, natural nature. We are Sabians. And thank you for not forgetting us. All right. So our scroll for today will be Freaks and the Perfect Creature. And Tawakum Baabaa Yaanun for bringing us together. All right. For the purpose of healing our story and setting our record straight. So let's get right into our scroll. A little bit about the author. We're continuing. All right. We're going to finish this scroll today. A little bit about the author. Baabaa Yaanun. Baabaa Yaanun means the master teacher, Yaanun, known to us as His Excellency Malachi Z. Kabina York Okran. Kabina means born Tuesday. June 26, 1945 AD in Ghana, Africa. One of the many hats that Baabaa wears is transmitter. So notice Baaba's coordinates as he taps in to transmit this message sent to us as a guidance and a healing from the very forces of natural nature. So we're going to be on page 60 on verse 300. All right. So if you're inclined to participate or ask a question or share something, feel free. All right. 300. So, Sabians, the Musrafu or the seraphims are considered good beings that fly, and Mukrabu or cherubims are considered evil Mukra beings according to the Bible. All right. So you have the seraphim and the cherubim, the angels, good angels, bad angels, according to the Bible. Both are called angels, both take on human forms, and they therefore believe in men with wings. In the Quran, chapter 35, verses 1 reads, all praise is due to Allah, creator of the heavens and earth, who made the angel messengers having wings, 2 or 3 or 4. He increases in creation what he wills. Indeed, Allah is over all things competent. All right. So some of the angels have 2 wings. Some might have 3 wings. Some might have 4 wings. Whatever Allah wants according to the Quran. All right. That's what Allah creates. And that's Allah's competent creation. All right. But in actuality, you see that there's not real competence, because a competent means that it's efficacious. All right. Efficacious means it's functional. And we see there's so many dysfunctional beings on this planet. All right. With defects and such. All right. So does all of Allah's creations measure out? Not really. All right. Just something to think about. So 302. They also believe in devils, diabolos. All right. Diabolos is the Greek Strong's number, 1228, and Sayur is the Hebrew Strong's number, 8163, all through their Bible and the Quran. So diabolos goes back to Greek, a Greek word, all right, meaning devil, all right. So, and in Satan Hebrew Strong's number, 7854, also all through their Bible, and Shaitan in the Quran, in Quran 15, verse 17. And moreover, we have guarded them from every cursed devil. All right. So that's such a vague word even to think about what is a devil. All right. What is an angel? All right. What is a God? So now you're questioning these types of different beings. Are they physical? Are they figurative, as in spiritual? Are they energy? What is it? All right. And why were they created? All right. According to the Bible or Quran. 303, ghosts or specters of the dead. All right. And those who conjure up familiar spirits, such as Yadi Hani, Yadi Ani. All right. Yadi Ani means wizard. All right. In Hebrew. Hebrew Strong's number 3049, as in 2 Chronicles 15, verses 1, which reads, and the Spirit of God came upon Azariah, the son of Oded. In Leviticus chapter 19, verses 31, regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. All right. So according to the Bible, there were wizards. All right. And Leviticus chapter 20, verses 6, and the soul that turneth around, such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, and go a whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from amongst his people. And Zechariah chapter 4, verses 1 reads, and the angel that talked with me come again and waked me, as a man that waketh out of his sleep. Isaiah 29, verses 4. And thou shalt be brought down, and shalt speak out of the ground, and thy speech shall be low out of the dust, and thy voice shall be as of one that hath a familiar spirit out of the ground, and thy speech shall whisper out of the dust. Spectre, family, or spirits. All right. So it's telling you those who have passed on. All right. And disconnecting one from one's family line or whoever's line that's trying to get in. Right. So they accept all kinds of munmaku freaks and kayayats creatures as hakek, real and existing. All right. So they acknowledge all types of different creatures in the Bible. All right. Physical creatures, spiritual creatures, creatures on other dimensions. All right. But then when you talk to Christians and you ask them about those creatures, they say they don't believe in that. All right. According to their Bible and the Quran, they should. 305, even human bashar, human flesh eaters, cannibalism, as in Leviticus chapter 26, verses 29. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. Lamentations chapter 4, verses 10. The hands of the pitiful woman have sodden their own children. They were their meat in the destruction of the daughters of my people. All right. So they sodden. All right. So they harmed their own children. So the children suffered by their very own hands. And then they ate their meat. All right. So they ate their own children. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 53. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thy own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord God hath given thee, in the siege and in the straitness, wherewithin thy enemies shall distress thee. In 2 Kings. All right. So it's talking about going to war. The enemy shall distress thee. So it sounds like these people are not at peace. All right. They're going to be eating their own children in these wars. All right. So very warlike and cannibalistic type of creatures. And 2 Kings chapter 6, 2 Kings chapter 6, verses 28 and 29 reads, and the king said unto her, what aileth thee? And she answered, this woman said unto me, give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. So we boiled my son and did eat him. And I said unto her the next day, give thy son that we may eat him. And she hath hid her son. All right. So the two women made an agreement. They both had children, probably infants, because it sounds small. All right. Because that meat should last a couple days. But they said, I'll eat my son today. All right. We'll eat your son today. And tomorrow we're going to eat my son. So the second woman, the first one, the women, they ate the first woman's child. And then on the second day, instead of keeping the agreement, the second woman hid her child. All right. So she breached the agreement, but they're cannibals. All right. And then Ezekiel chapter 5, verses 10. Therefore the fathers shall eat the sons in the midst of thee, and the sons shall eat their fathers, and I will execute judgment in thee, and the whole remnant of thee shall I scatter in the winds. All right. So the people are eating each other. All right. So not just that, it's making more, because these different beings, they come down, they're always asking for what is it called? Offerings. All right. Every time you do something, you got to make an offering. And they were always sinning. So they were always in trouble, always cooking up some type of meat. The altars were always going. So now, not only are they having to feed these gods, they have to feed their own creation. So it makes sense to add more things to the menu. All right. So now if they mix in with others and tie in as the Leviathan priests, Levi meaning to tie in, that's where that word can go back to, Levi. All right. To tie in. And Leviathan. All right. So you're tying into that gene. You're tying into their vine. They're putting more of us on the menu. All right. Because by your very genetics, you didn't qualify to be in that menu until we started mixing in. So now you see that they were executed judgment on that group and then spread them and scattered them throughout the winds. All right. So when you say throughout all the winds, just think of all the directions, north, east, south, west. All right. Spreading their disease. All right. So their God deity taught them to do this as they did, eat human beings. And all this is found in their holy scriptures. All right. And we talked about human meat, which they're trying to put on the market. All right. They're trying to have humane human meat. All right. So let's do it in a humane way. If we just take some human samples, we can graft it in a laboratory and people can eat human in a humane way. All right. And they even have some restaurants, because I love to follow like food stuff. I don't watch it as much. I don't watch food stuff because they supplant a lot of stuff into the subconscious. But they have all types of restaurants, high-end, high-class restaurants with cannibalism. All right. And they may claim that it's humane. All right. That is grafted. But there's people that it's a big market and it's growing. All right. That whole cannibalism gene is being turned more and more on. All right. So you see it spread throughout the world. So he's has some of their DNA. All right. And then we talked about how the Anunnaki didn't just get in through our genetics through the Adamites. Also, they got in through that very Anunnaki who came down, because we learned that Inky and that other guy, I forgot his name, but Inky, let's just say Inky, that he was one of the Anunnaki, came down, mixed in with the Africans who were already there. All right. So the question that is in my back pocket, what race was Inky? All right. Because we know Inky was mixed with something, because Enlil, he took pride, even though he was a second born child. He was considered pure. So what was Inky? All right. Then he came down and mixed in with the Africans. So there was already politics going on amongst them. All right. Then they brought those politics and infected us. All right. Does that really mean Inky's for us? That's a question to ask. But Baaba's not taking us back to the Anunnaki. He's not taking us to the Sumerians. He's taking us to Paa Taraq, where we can correct our records. All right. So let's continue. 307. For 6,000 years, they used legends, folk tales, stories, traditions, fables, fairy tales, and little white lies to deceive and mislead people. All right. So this is very confusing. All right. It's one thing when people just have make believe, but it's very confusing and damaging to the mind when you're taking bits of truth and you're putting bits of lies and you're mixing it in. All right. Because what ends up happening is you realize you can't just accept or reject. You have to dissect it. All right. And realize that there's truth and fiction is being mixed in, but they're using the lies to cloak, all right, something bigger. All right. So 308, you ask them, do they think unicorns, which are horses with one horn, really exist? Know that this is only in stories, fairy tales, taught to them by their Celtic Corriganes, known as fairies, or the Corrid dwarves, also called by Celtics leprechauns. All right, so the leprechauns having that little pot of gold. All right, so how they take everything back and they turn everything into fairy tales. Their legacies go back to fairy tales. But what are the fairy tales hiding? All right, so 309. Yet in their own Bible you will find unicorns, as in Job chapter 39 verses 10, and in Numbers chapter 23 verses 22, and Numbers chapter 24 verses 8, Deuteronomy chapter 33 verses 17, and in Psalms chapter 92 verses 10. 310. So yes, they believe in every word of their Bible. They believe in unicorns also found outside the Bible. All right. So as we saw in prior pages in this scroll, that there's many creatures that are depicted even outside the Bible. All right. That don't exist today. All right. So let's see. What's the name of one of the places that you can go? That they document animals, I think in the Indus Valley. Okay. All right. So in the Indus Valley, I think that's another scroll that I'm reading at the same time. So in Indus Valley, you find a depiction of different animals. All right. And the Pegasus, for example, is depicted there on the wall. All right. So you have different animals that we learn about in science class, like the saber-toothed tiger. That doesn't exist anymore. Or you have the woolly mammoth. All right. There's different creatures that came and went. And how did some of these creatures come about? All right. We're going to learn about that. All right. Mostly through gravitation. All right. Putting this creature with that creature for a specific purpose. Much like a mule, which is a mix of a donkey and a mule. All right. Which they can actually mate, but some animals they can actually graft. All right. If the chromosomes and genetics aren't close enough. All right. Like how they put a human ear on a mouse's back. All right. Or right now you have a woman that she was just on the news because she has, I forgot which organ she has from the pig. All right. And the pig organ has been working for the past 2 months. All right. So it's a human with a pig organ. So we are in 311. You believe that the first Adam was created from ground, dust, mud, clay, had no mother. So he had no 9 months in the womb and no navel. And if Adam had no mother and no navel, and Eve was taken out of one of his ribs, then Eve also has no navel. All right. So any of us who's into anatomy, we know why we have our navels, because our navels connect us to the umbilical cord as we grow inside of our mother. All right, that's a scar. It's a remnant.
I'm sorry, Adamite. Is this freaks of
Yes,
Okay, all right. Why what?
and we're on page 63. And Rahubat, good to see you. All right,
Robot.
all right. 313. And fairies that fly around as balls of light orbs with magic powers. All right. 314. Aya Marura Musbatu, my beloved Sabians. If you ask them, do they believe in Satan or Shaitan, the devil, they will say yes. Then you say, what about the religion of Satan called Satanism, witchcraft, or Wiccanism? 315. They will say yes. And if you say, have you heard about the symbol of Satanism, the 5-pointed star pointed downward, called the pentagramism, from Greek meaning penta, 5. Most would say yes, a 5-pointed pentagram upside down inside a circle with the Hebrew letters around it. All right. This 5-pointed star is associated with Satanism. All right. Levi Strong, Levi Strong number is 3878-80. All right. Tanan Hebrew Strong's number is dragon. All right. So Levi is a Hebrew Strong's number, meaning to join two. Join two. And Tanan means dragon, according to the Hebrew. All right. So it's the dragon joining on to the dragon. All right. So they use that symbol with his name in 5 letters in Satanism or Wiccanism, the Celtic ancient Zam religion of witches and warlocks in Europe, which became Gnosticism and his 5 books, or the Pentateuch, first 5 books of the Bible. All right. So it goes back to Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, which became Jesusism. All right. So their Satanism and Wiccanism from the Celtics is older, all right, than the Bible. All right. So which is based on which? All right. So it'd be the Bible based on their system. So Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all right, which became the Jesusism and his 5 books of Old English gospel, gospel meaning good news. 1 Matthew, 2 Mark, Luke, John, and Revelations. All right, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Revelations. All right, which became the evangel and their holy day of the Pentecost. All right, the Greek Pentecost, the 50th day. Acts 2 verses 1. Acts chapter 2 verses 1, which became Mohammedanism and his Safa book, the Quran, and the 5 pillars of faith. The 5 pillars of faith in Islam, the Arab religion, is 1, belief in Allah only, 2, keep up prayer, 3, fast Ramadan, 4, pay zakats or poor rates, and 5, pilgrimage to Mecca, which became the Shahada or the Kamsutras Shahad, the 5 witnesses of faith. All right. So notice that repeating theme of 5. All right. And then I have this chart that shows 5. All right. Being something like a trap, like an anchor. You see 5 next to an anchor. Let me see. I'll bring that book. I remember which book it's in. All right. So 318. Each used a 5-pointed star in their religion. And Gnosticism It is called the seal of Solomon, along with the six-pointed star, which is the shield of David. In Christian or Christism or Jesusism, they use the five-pointed star and they call it the Star of Bethlehem or the bright and morning star in Revelation 22, verses 16. In Islamism, they use the five-pointed star and crescent moon. All right. You can refer to and read Sex, Minds, and Slaves, which we read here, and then also the proof by way of Baabaa Yaanun. All right. I believe we read that scroll, but we can always read that one again. All right. 320. So what they really lakun teach is Satanism. You don't aruf know it. All right. It's the same force. So now Baba's giving you that pattern. So no matter the different forms that it comes in, you can recognize it. All right. In the various forms. All right. So when you ask them, do they know the symbol of Satan called Baphomet of Behemoth? All right, let me read that again. So when you ask them, do they know the symbol of Satan called Baphomet of Behemoth? Most don't know this symbol. All right. So Baphomet of Behemoth. All right. So take some time to research that symbol. All right. Baphomet of Behemoth. A symbol of Mukyai, creature, half human and half goat. If you ask them, do they think it was or is real, a real living creature, most will say a goat man, no. Then you say, well, it's or he or she is in your Bible and was worshipped by the house of Israel, who gave you Christianity and Islam. If you read in the Torah book of Leviticus, note the title Leviticus as it states to Leviathan or Levi Tanan, Hebrew Strong's number 8163 for sire. And Leviticus chapter 17 verses 7 reads, and they, meaning the Israelites, shall no more offer blood offerings, flesh sacrifices. Their Israelites or Hebrew sacrifices, cutting up living creatures unto devils. All right. So you have meaning furry, satire, or sire. Sire, as in S-A-Y-R, sire. All right. Bible puts the Hebrew, meaning furry, shaggy, he goats, fawn, devil. So they offered Bashar human flesh and demand blood to devil, Satan as God, also in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 17. They, Israelites, Hebrews, sacrificed cutting up living creatures and burnt them unto devils. Hebrew Strong's number 7700, as in Shad. All right. Or you might even see it as Shed, S-H-D, which can show up sometime S-H-A-D or S-H-E-D. All right. So now I'm already thinking of a song that they sing in church. El Shaddai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Something, I don't remember all the lyrics. But I just remember there was this one lady, she had a beautiful voice and she used to always sing that. And it's like, well, what is El Shaddai? All right. So El, we know it's a title. So El Shad. All right. Which you go back to the Hebrew Strong's number, it translates literally to demon. All right. So anybody can unmute. Who else heard anybody singing El Shaddai in church?
I never heard that. I really wasn't big on church, so I never heard it.
Mm.
I hear the Rastas sing it in the reggae songs.
Oh yeah. How does it go?
Oh gosh, now you put me on the spot.
I know.
Can't
I'm not gonna try to try.
Yeah, I can't remember the song, but that's where I learned the word from. It was the Rastas, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So this became El Shaddai. Hebrew Strong's number 410, El. And the Hebrew Strong's number, Shaddai, meaning mighty demon or devil almighty. All right. So Shadi, you will see it as, okay. So SHD is devil or demon. And then Shadi means almighty devil or demon. All right. So it's a very strong. All right. So why does God need to be almighty against who? And who if he is all powerful? Think. Break the spell. All right. So why would you have to say God Almighty? All right. Wouldn't that be redundant? Because who can go up against God? All right. What is he being almighty towards? What's this whole fight about? All right. So the reality is that because you're under the spell, there's various beings, all right, that they're at wars with each other, all right. Some of them might be for you. Some of them might be protecting you, not because they want to protect you. You ever saw like you could have some creature being like attacked and then another creature would jump in to save the creature being attacked. And then so the two big creatures are fighting, and the victim, let's just say the victim creature, is gonna feel like my protector, my hero. And in actuality, so it becomes like they're both fighting. And then you realize that they were just fighting over who was gonna eat it. Because it's like, oh, because you see that all the time. Sometimes another one goes and steals the other one's food. All right. So you have to break the spell. Sometimes it's just devils fighting amongst each other. It's not always a god and it's not always a god, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, and a devil. Sometimes it could be two devils fighting. Neither brother might be for you. All right. Because I remember Baabaa saying, if you're dealing with multiple choice, you're still under the spell. So break the spell. All right. There's many dimensions. All right. So 329, they worship the devil, Satan, Shaitan as their God. Allah, Jah, El Shaddai. In Arabic, Ash-Shadid, same root, all right? So look up look up Arabic, the word Shadid, all right? So Baaba's saying, do some homework, all right? Do some homework, look up these things. And then if you go to church and you ask the Rastafarians or you ask the Christians, what is El Shaddai? I don't know. It just sounds really catchy. I don't know why I'm singing that. That's just what we do. All right. So 330. So is there a half goat and half human being? A real living one? Yes, because it's found in their holy Bible in Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7 as sire. All right. So now we see, because I've heard like little black boys run around with names like Sire. And you see how we name us. Oh, that sounds good. I'm gonna name my child Sire. And you realize that you're naming your child after these creatures. All right. That's why we have our own language. I remember, what was the name of that movie? It was a movie. No, it was a series, a mini series. It was pretty good. It was like a Korean, it was a Korean show and I was really into it. And it was like a game that they were playing. And they're playing for their life. I forgot what it's called. Anybody remembers? But anyway, it takes place in Korea. They're all fighting on this game. It's a game show, but you can actually lose your life. And then the winner, when it becomes like a multi-millionaire, but all these people, they found contestants who are in really hard situations, really, really financial. Yes.
Squid Game.
Say it again.
It sounds like Squid Games.
What games? Yeah, it was something games.
Squid Games.
Squid Games. Squid Games. Yes. That was Squid Games. But I remember specifically there was an Indian guy in the cast. He was one of the players. All right. He didn't win, but the reality is that the Korean person outsmarted him. All right. And that's how he ended up losing. And then I was just thinking, well, Korean would be the Indian person's second language. When you just think about that, like what you can take from that lesson. All right. So that Korean is speaking Korean. So it's being empowered with the meanings of Korean as a first off, that's his first language. Secondly, that's the whole bloodline is Korean. Then you have an outsider who's Indian, all right, playing a Korean game, speaking Korean. He's already going to be at a disadvantage, all right, because those are not his forces, all right. So when you just think about that. So now when you think about us, all right, well, we have names like Sayer, because I heard so many Sayers, and I only really heard black boys named Sayer, all right. And you're naming your child Goat Boy. Essentially, that's what you're naming your child. So that's why it's important that for us, we just stop having faith. All right. So if you're participating in a culture, for example, and you don't know the ins and outs of that culture, and you just do things because that's the way we do it, that is and you say, I'm not religious, by definition, that is religion. All right. So when you take time and you get into the facts, you know what kind of energy you're speaking over your life and your child and the things that you do. A lot of us, we have children. Like even within our community, Sabians, that they give birth to a son, take the son to the hospital and get it circumcised. That makes no rhyme or reason when you understand anatomy and all the very structures, the benefits, and the reason why nature created this and for what reason. All right. So as you become more in tune of why everything is there and what this is for, you're not just going to live by blind faith anymore. All right. And I remember I was trying to tell, because there's this one guy, he had a son, and he was like, he didn't want to listen to me. He had a son, because I was trying to tell him, oh, there's a lot, because I was doing a lot of research on the foreskin and the stem cells and the very structure and how everything is linked. Like, for example, you can have different parts of your hand, and this part of your hand links to this organ, for example. So everything on your body is actually a mini map of the bigger body. All right. So that part of the foreskin, or that part of the penis, like the head part of the penis and the skin around it, that links towards like the heart. So it kind of helps to disconnect the heart seat. It's so many like layers to our entire body. Like, for example, a lot of us, we remove the tonsils because we don't know the value of the tonsils. All right. So now we start to realize that the tonsils help to vibrate. All right. And that it's part of your tones. It's part of so much more. And also it's also part of your immune system. So there's many dimensions. So when we just partake in things, vanity, or it's like, well, this is the way that they did it. Who is they? And how did they get into your bloodline? And what's the rhyme or reason? It's not reasonable. I'm just going to do it because that's just what we do. So you realize that you are religious by definition. All right. So, because like it's normal here. In other countries, it's normal to do it to the female. Over here, it's considered cruelty. All right. And there's women who say they don't see the big deal. And because it's also sexism, all right. And I was trying to just tell the brother about the sciences that I had learned, and then they use so much of those stem cells um in medicine, beauty stuff. There's a reason why they made certain things popular in this culture, all right? Because there's certain beings who run it, all right? And but it's like he didn't want to listen to me because he's like, what do you know? You don't have a penis. But I'm like, yeah, but I have sound right reasoning. So for example, if I'm learning about anatomy and I'm learning things that I didn't know about, all right, and a man or woman is telling me, it shouldn't matter, all right, because it's not about man or woman, it's about, are we ignoring the facts, or are we acknowledging the facts, all right? But that's just his ego, because a lot of times it's very hard on our ego to realize that we were fooled. But like that song goes, everybody plays a fool sometimes. It's about learning and doing better, all right? And the implications that maybe something is wrong with me because I did these things in the past, all right? So I have a hard time healing past it. So what I'll do is I'll dismiss that as a problem and say, no, this is just the standard. And then I'll actually become an agent to keep that standard going, which is a bad standard because of ego. All right. So that's just something to consider. All right. All because of the name Sayer. All right. Meaning goat boy. So if there's a half goat and half human being, a real living one, yes, because it's found in their Holy Bible under Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7 as Sayer. 331. And it can be found outside of their Zaham religion or holy books as the Greek Pan, son of Hermes, god of flocks, god of fertility and sex, and god of nature, Satir, or satire. Greek, but spelled the same in their Bible. A young male fertility spirits. They have the legs and tails of goats, and the head and torso of humans, and pointed ears with small horns. Where did they come from? All right. Crossbreeding, grafting by these gods, who are in fact Muzyad Mutatalu, extraterrestrials, who humanoids worship as deities: God, Lord, Allah, Rab, Yahweh, Jah, Jehovah, El, Elohim, Adonai, El Shaddai. All right, so you have all these different names. All right. Some of these extraterrestrials they're worshiping, and some of these hybrids that are being created are being worshipped as well. All right. And when you think about why was this being become over fertility, or this represent this, or this represent that? And then you would think about, well, why is it being created? For what purpose? Why is this being used and that being used? All right. So for example, a bull, let's just use a bull. Bulls are known for being I'm talking about male cows. They're known for being very aggressive, and they can mate with many female bulls at the same time. They can just keep going, and they can impregnate many bulls, maybe even the same day. I mean, they can impregnate many cows the same day. So for example, let's just say you need that nature. You can take that and then take this hybrid. Let's say you want to create more beings for whatever reason. All right. So you can see how these different animal parts, or these different aspects that they're taking, they're crossbreeding for whatever reasons. All right. They all have their own reasons, but I was using the bull as an example. All right. Or you might have, like, for example, let's just use something more tangible to us. What they were doing to some of the fruit. Was it strawberries? I think strawberries. I think that they were taking a strawberry and they were taking a hybrid from something else so that the strawberries could have tougher skin so they could transport. And I think it has some type of animal DNA or something like that. I can't remember which one. But they would take the strawberries and then they would create some type of hybrid with them so that they could transport longer. It was tomatoes. It was tomatoes. Yeah. Strawberries was tampered with for another reason. It was tomatoes so they can don't get bruised as easily. All right. And they could ship for long distances. So you can see hybrids can be made for all kinds of reasons, and hybrids can look all types of ways, from people, all right, to vegetation, all right, to animals, all right. So over the past Shamutat's years, they lied and said these creatures were not real, only legends, like the Minotaur, which is a half bull and a half human, son of Pasiphae, wife of Minos of Crete. All right. So the Minotaur, all right, half bull and half human. And Pegasus is a winged horse, which found its way in Muslim religions as Baruch or Burak. All right, Burak is the Pegasus of Barak. A Burak is an animal bigger than a donkey and smaller than a horse, on which the Arabian prophet Muhammad flew through the skies from Arabia to Jerusalem onto Sabu Pahahat, the seven skies, to meet and talk with the Bible prophet, and then to Allah from behind the veil. All right. So there's a depiction of Theseus and the Minotaur. So there's Theseus and this goat man fighting. All right. And then you have a depiction of a Minotaur. All right. And it's said that in science laboratories today that they're hiding such creatures, that they're still making hybrids today. And all types of these creatures, they're still doing this today. All right. And to me, there's a testimony that they are doing it, because the very testimony that the lady has a pig organ, all right, that's functioning in her body right now. It was just on the news. I just read it yesterday. All right. It was been on the news for a couple of days. All right. And she happens to be Nagar Nadu, which is the first Nagar Nadu, or the first black person that I saw that was successful with a pig heart or a pig organ. Before, I've only seen Caucasians being successful. All right. So the Pegasus is a flying winged horse, all right, which is depicted here. Did they ever exist? All right. And was this a result of nature, or was this a result of grafting? All right. Because you have natural creatures that they spend their time, they serve their purpose, and they fade out, and they make way for the new cycle and the new cycle. But then you can also graft. All right. So a lot of these creatures were grafted. All right. Grafting is not a new science. So 336, each of them believes the serpent or snake in the garden of Genesis chapter 3, verses 1 through 4, a talking snake, serpent that they believe, a man living in a whale's belly for 3 Zamutat days and Garutat nights and did not die, in Jonah chapter 2, verses 1 through 10. That they believe. All right. A 9-foot giant such as Goliath, and giants coming to Mata earth, having sex with earth women, as Raphim, Anakim, Nephilim, dragons with more than one head. If you ask, can a woman have a baby without a man, as taught in Wu Sabbats, they will say no. A woman cannot have a child without a male, and without sex. All right. Wu Sabbat, we acknowledge that women can. It's a process called pathiogenesis. All right, self-impregnation, which there's some creatures today that still do that. All right, there's animals that do that. All right, so but they will say no, but then they have Jesus, they have Mary. All right, so then you say, well, how did Mary and Elizabeth have Jesus and John the Baptist without male sperm intercourse or sex? 343. then they will say, well, and that is the sound of the spell of ignorance. All right. So, who are the imperfect humanoids? 345. Those grafted and made as you see in Paa Taraq, the Caucasoids. They were made and grafted by their gods. Mukmahu, the Pleiadians. Cherubim, Molech, Milcom, and Molech. And why did that God make a devil, weak and wicked, in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5, and give them the Sakam power to rule for 6,000 years? In Revelation chapter 13, verses 2, the Canaanites, the Sakam power and his seat and great authority in 400 BCE, or before Christian era, down to 1 and up to 2000 AD. That's 6,000 years. All right. That's their biblical timeline. So their power, to show their power in Revelation chapter 13, verses 4. So they would have the whole Mata earth worship, the draconians, bloodsucker vampires, and Nagar Nadu Negroes teaching their religions. All right. So we're worshiping the draconians, even when we think we're not. All right. The Celtics, originally in Paa Taraq Saab, that's the Caucasian tribes, or the Caucasian tribe, are trying to extend their rule by offering more people, in fact 300,000 per day, to their bloodlusting demon gods. All right. So the Paa Taraq Saab, that's the Caucasian tribes, which you see they're on the brink of extinction. Yet we see what they're trying to do, and Trump is a good example of that. They're trying to extend their time here and their relevance and need, because their time has ended. Their relevancy, okay, thank you. You're not relevant anymore. So if they can say, no, I'm still needed, I'm still relevant, because we're still giving you all the other races. So you still need us. All right. And that's really what they're all about right now. So they want to offer 300,000 people per day. Now you can see why they want to clone meat and do all this. So that's a high demand. Think about it. 300,000 people going missing every day, of all races. All right. Now, it was really supposed to be the Caucasians, but because we want to live and be like mixed with them and all types of things, that puts anyone who's living like them on that same frequency. So that's all types of people, 300,000 people per day. They will try and make the truth look like a lie. They will call our culture Wu Sabat into a cult. Lie to us to deceive the Tapa world. All right. Little funny thing about this use of cult, because they made a cult series, put Baabaa on there. And in reality, if you take time to look into the facts, what is the cult or culture being based on? Is being based on exposing the lies. All right. Exposing the lies and bringing forth the truth, which everyone is responsible. All right. To look and get that confirmation for yourself, which is why in this group we read the scrolls. Then hopefully you take time, you look into it, so you can make your direct connection, so you're not at the mercy of what these various demons are doing. Because don't think that just because somebody else is reading a scroll with you doesn't mean they're not a demon too. Because a lot of people, they can take the information and they use it to exploit others. And I see it time and time again. All right. And in actuality, when I feel like they started to attack this group, for example, because we just read the scrolls, I never claim to be perfect. I just claim to be a sister that I'm reading the scrolls and healing myself along with everybody else. All right. Somebody came in and they was talking about how we need to step it up as sisters, which I agree. You know, that is true. It is time to raise the standards. And we're not going anywhere without our sisters. We're really not. And but it's like the spirit in which they were saying it and what they were showing, because they were saying a sister has to dress with this dress on. And it's like, well, if you don't own that dress, or you don't want to go shop from the Arabs, or you have this type of dress, it's in your natural fabrics, it's still African, or whatever the case is. And it's like they were going out of their way, somebody, I'm not going to say who, but I'm using it as an example, to make the culture seem like a cult instead of explaining. All right, because we don't deal with shame and faith. We deal with explanation, confirmations, charts, data, facts. All right. You have to explain this away. All right. That was the problem that I had. And then the person was like, the person said something very derogatory in my private messages. And then they said that that this is a cult and you have to do things the way that we say. And I said, is the idea for us to the spirit in which is jumping into these bodies? That's what I saw it as. Are you trying to raise the people? Or are you trying to find another way to make them run from the culture? All right. So you get in the people's ego, or you're calling it a cult yourself. All right. And within that, in that guise of not going to the root word of culture, all right, but you're just trying to make it seem like cult. And then you are acting like a cult and behaving like a cult. And if you don't do this and do that, we're going to excommunicate you and such and such. All right. When you see, that's a very different spirit force than if you're actually studying and making a connection. To Baaba's mind, you're expanding your own mind, so you learn to critically think. Because if I do something because I care about what you think, that's not going to be a real change. All right. Because I'm doing it because it's an outside. Now, if you explain something to me and I made that connection, that's going to be a more, what is that word called? Permanent change when I see a problem with it. All right. So you have to explain things away. All right. That's dealing with confirmations. And now when the person makes their decision, all right, if you can know the fact about this, all right, you know that this is poison and you still want to drink it, that's up to you. All right. But you're sealing your fate, and it tells you what kind of being you are. But a lot of people who are here to heal themselves, when they learn the fact, they do better. As you know better, you do better. And you're constantly on that journey. And some things it is harder because some things may be more habitual, all right, and you're breaking a certain pattern. And it's not, some things are easier to just be like, oh, this is the right thing to do. Certain things you might take effort on your part, all right. So it's an example of 350, how some people I feel are infiltrating us, all right, to make it look that way, because there's a million ways to deliver a message, all right. And I didn't have any message from anyone saying, you know what, let me pull you aside. No, they wanted to stop the reading. And it's like, we're not just a book club. Somebody called this a book club. We actually have a culture. But how can you live a culture if you don't know what it is? So you have to take time to get to know what something is before you can embody it. All right. You don't just embody blindly, because that's leading you back to faith. All right. So there's just things to think about. All right. And let's read this again, 350. They will try and make the truth look like a lie, and they will call our culture, Wu Sabat, into a cult. Lie to us to deceive the Tapa world. They need Nagar Nadu, Negroids, to worship their images and have Takak faith in their beliefs. Were all those creatures real as you read in their holy books? Yes. All right, this is Baabaa saying it. Were those creatures real? Did they actually exist that you read about in their holy books? Yes, even werewolves were in their Bible as Caleb. All right, canine, dog. All right, Caleb or Calab. All right. Another name I see some of us having Caleb and Khalid. All right. Do we even know what a Khalid is? I don't know. It sounds good. All right. So we explain it away. All right. And just because somebody who didn't know better named their child Sayer and Khalid, all right. A lot of us were into things because we didn't know. All right. That's why we have Wu Sabat to break that spell. All right. And get us back in sound right reason. All right. So everything that you do, your whole way of life, there should be rhyme and reason. And a lot of times we were unreasonable beings. I don't know the reason why I'm doing this. I'm just doing it. Now, if I'm a reasonable being, I'm doing things and it's measuring out in my odds. It's mathematically sound and balanced. So this actually links back to that, and that links to this, and this links to that. And then you realize instinctively that everything that you do is a reason for it. All right. We've lost that reason. All right. And we don't know. All right. So found in their Bible, right? So yes, even werewolves in their Bible as called Khalid. The Hebrew Strong's number is 3611-3614 for canine, dog, werewolf. All right. So you'll see it with those Hebrew numericals or letters, and it's KLB, which you can put as KALAB. All right. Khalib or Kalab. You might even see Kalab. All right. So found in their book of is found in their book of Numbers 26 verse 65, and also in Numbers chapter 14 verses 24 and 25. The werewolf tribe of Gypsies, Celtic mixed with the tribe of Judah. In Numbers chapter 13 verses 6, Wiccans who were Canaanites, Homer Canaan, ate human flesh. Numbers 13 verses 28 through 33. All right. So the reality, there will be different kind of Adamites. All right. Some may have more canine blood in them. Some might have more porcine blood in them. All right. Depending on why each one was created at the time or what they were trying to breed more into. For example, you can have today you have many species of chickens. All right. Some chickens are better at producing more eggs. All right. Some chickens, they have different ones. They bred them to be a little bigger. All right. So many of these things could be happening side by side. All right. So you have one of the ones that Baabaa had given an example of, one of these he calls them lycans, who are a werewolf. He said the first husband of Kim Kardashian, Humphreys, whatever his name was. I forgot his name. But the
I forget
first,
his name also.
yeah, all right. So that's in his genetics.
Oh, Chris Humphreys.
Chris Humphreys. Yeah, Humphreys. Yeah, Chris Humphreys. All right. And some people, when they sweat, they do smell like dogs, or when they get wet. That's their chemistry. Some people actually do smell like that, or they have their own chemistry. All right. So 354. So yes, Lakanu werewolves, Sagayu vampires, Satire, Pan, snake people, Satan, Corrigens or fairies, Manitors, giants, Cyclops, mermaids, Moleks, demons, ghosts, jinns, genie, Barak, uniforms, Pegasus. All of these creatures did and do exist. All right. And they have a place in Antarctica where they have kept they have a sample on record of every creature, and they have a sample of every seed that grows on planet Earth that they got their hands on. All right. So they probably have various of our DNA in that place too. All right. And that place is for emergencies. If something was to go down, they have all the samples that they can breed it again. All right. So the reality is that their time ended a long time ago. What's keeping them going is this genetic modification, this breeding. They're trying to genetically modify themselves to stay into existence. All right. As Baba has said about, I just remembered now, Baba has said that about, what was the name of that group? The Palladians, that the Palladians, they're depicted as perfect, but the reality is that because they do a lot of genetically modifying. All right. So, so they do a lot of work on themselves. So that tells me that they actually have defects if they need to do those works on themselves, right in their own ships. Like Sasquatch and chupacabras, grays. Everybody heard about chupacabra. I think that's in Mexico. They always talk about the chupacabras and Sasquatch. All right, grays, reptilians, dragons, shadow people, specters, ghouls, goblins, gnomes, familiar spirits, Mothmans, they all exist. All right. So now you just do a research. Well, what's the story behind each creature? All right. So now you start to deal with specifics. You start to specify because a lot of the games that's being played with information is keeping a message very vague. All right. So when you start to narrow it down, you start to pinpoint what each thing is. All right. And people do that all the time in Baba's information. You ask them a question, they answer in such a vague way that you could interpret it. And that's where the games are being played, with the vagueness. Because when you start asking specific questions, a lot of times you don't get specific answers. Or if you don't know to ask those questions, because sometimes I could say something if I'm playing psychology and say something very vague. All right. And the thing is, I have more information about it, but you don't know to ask more questions. Sometimes you have to be a little bit knowledgeable about something to ask the right questions about it. All right. So games you'll notice in all types of ways, vagueness. That's where the lies are being hidden. All right. So if you're not sure about something, you have the right to say, well, when was that said? In what context? What does it mean? Who is it for? When? Why? You know, that is that's you practicing Wusabat. And it's not for you to necessarily dismiss something, it's for you to get more clarity. Because clarity is very important, because clarity is where you untangle, all right, even the misconceptions. Because sometimes it's not necessarily a lie, it's that when we're communicating, things can get lost in translation because each person is actually walking around with their own book, a dictionary of what things mean. Even if we're speaking the same language, a lot of the times what I mean by something is not necessarily what you mean by something. So that's where clarity comes in. So we don't take for granted. That's why Baba says to respect. to look something over many times over. To respect, look and look again, as inspect, spectate, respect, redo again. So now you have the scroll of eyes to look it over many times over, right? Because a lot of times, like, a person didn't necessarily lie to me, or I didn't necessarily lie to a person, but it's a misunderstanding because it's based on how I took it. So it's like, yeah, put this over there. And I'm like, okay, put this over there. But I'm like, did you mean this thing, or did you mean this thing, or did you mean this thing? And where is there? So in my mind, I was very comfortable with that message. Put this over there, and I thought I knew what it meant. And then the other person comes back and they're upset, and they said, "Well, I thought I told you put this over there." And that could have all been avoided if more clarity was taken time so we can get to the bottom of it. All right. So when people stop you from asking questions and make it seem like you're not devoted, don't worry about that. All right, because you have the right to make your own connection to the facts. It's not about what I know. Don't mistake what I know for what you know. All right. Don't mistake what Baabaa knows for what you know. You take time to get to know it too. All right. So that's what's going to empower you. It's not just standing next to somebody, but he knows everything. I'm going to stand next to him. It's about empowering yourself also with the confirmation facts. All right. And truth. All right. You get to the bottom of it. All right. So they all exist. All right. 356. Yet most have been captured and set back in time by bending Madas space and time locked in other dimensions. All right. Baba talks about time travel. All right. It might seem a little might blow your mind now. It might be hard for us to grasp. But as we know,
Supernatural. Maybe
super,
supernatural. Or
super
like it seems impossible,
it seems
but it's
impossible.
not.
Correct. And that's only because, like, for example, someone sending you a text message, it going to outer space, hitting that tower, coming back to you within seconds. That seemed like something that was just far-fetched just a few decades ago, all right, till we got more information, all right? So we just have to put that in our back pocket, all right, until we can confirm that. But just make note that this might be a new concept that you have to take time to get to know if you don't know. All right. And you don't have to accept anything that you haven't confirmed, but you put it in your back pocket. All right. How does that work? All right. So now it's time for you to learn, well, what does that mean? How does that work? All right. Or in time, you'll see it'll measure out or it doesn't measure out. All right. So yet most have been captured and sent back in time by bending Madas space and time locked in other dimensions. Every now and then, one can cross over to this Tabut's dimension or realm and is seen by people when some are allowed to cross over. You see the Paa Taraq, the Caucasians or the Caucasoids, want you to accept and believe in what they put out to the public over the Shamutat years of themselves. I just watched the movie Total Recall. I watched that yesterday. I watched that last night with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's actually a pretty good movie. And I was like, this is what they mean. Like, you had this white guy, right? Which Arnold Schwarzenegger does not reflect. Most white men don't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right. But it's like he just knows how to save the day. He's very competent. He's very strong, beats all odds. And this is what they put of themselves out. He's the hero. He saves the whole world. And this is an image that they have worked on for a long time. All right. So they want you to believe, all right, um, what they put out to the public. They want you to accept and believe the stories they tell about themselves to the public. All right. They don't want you looking into the science of how things actually work. All right. So superheroes, Santa Claus, saints looking like them, always the good guy, the savior, always gets the Zazaz tattoo, women, saves the world, always in the cinema as the prophet. They want you to believe their stories, their fairy tales and legends. They lie and teach the world in school, on TV, always changing hakaka, actual facts to make them look great when they are the last and the weakest and the sickest diseased race. All right. Think about how they made their forefathers in America. They made them the heroes of America, put statues. But when you go behind and get the actual facts, they were dying off, they were diseased, they were sick. All right. And others had to come in and teach them how to basic hygiene. All right. They learned how to have, because in Europe they were dying of bubonic plague and all of these types of things. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's a whole that's their legacy, where the man would bathe first, then the wife would bathe in the bathwater after, then the oldest child, and then the baby would bathe last, and it would be so black that they couldn't see the baby. That's where they get that term from. And they didn't even bathe as a normal thing. They had things like garter belts, which was an actual thing that the man would put on the wife before he went to war. How's she supposed to wash up, you know? So that's their story. And then when they talk about themselves, they make themselves look like the hero of the world. When they talk about their diseases in their caveman days and their decrepit behavior, they always talk very vague and say, well, when we were cavemen. And the reality is that everybody else was washing up. You know, they were they knew how to grow food. For example, it was the natives who saved the Caucasians. All right, do what you call compassion. All right. And then they turned around and they were actually, the Caucasians, they were actually practicing cannibalism on each other and on the natives. And then they would try to, many times, others that they came in contact with would try to clean them up. All right. So that's their true history. All right. In there, it's all documented, but that's not what they put on TV and in the cinemas. All right. So 362. However, now that their 6,000 years ended in the year 2000 AD, their glory is falling. No one trusts them anymore. So you see their Sakam power and their authority fall. All right. If anybody ever has time to go back and you could watch Lovecraft Country. Lovecraft Country, that was a great miniseries. It was
Yes, it
like 10 of
was.
them.
Yes, it was. It showed a lot of different like key details about ancestors and teleportation and things like that.
Right, right. And then notice that in one of the episodes that the black woman, she took away the power. She said the Adamites, you will have no more power, and stripped all of them from all power from here on out. That was the end.
Oh
Remember that?
wow. Not really. It's been
Yeah,
a while. I don't remember too much from the show, but
yeah. And
yeah, I
they were
watched it
called
before.
and they were called the Adamites. So it was the Adamite children. And and the one with the real birthright, he was going to Boston Records. It was the black man that he was the one with the real birthright. So it was it was something mixed up in there. And you had the Adamites, and they actually called them Adamites, and they were all white men, white racist men. And remember, the woman, she wanted to be the successor. She wanted to succeed, the successor, but she couldn't because she was a woman. They wouldn't let her. All right. So, which is, it reminds me of the country. Like Baba was like, they'll let a black man become a president before a white woman because they're just not ready for that. So even in that brotherhood, as racist as that they were, that the black man was able to go in, but the white woman, she still wasn't able to go in. It was very interesting. It's a great show, and definitely seems like students of Baabaa, because it's a lot of our information's in there. All right. So, however, now that their 6,000 years ended in the year 2000, their glory is falling. No one trusts them anymore. So you see their succumb power and their authority fall. Oh, and remember that the woman who was under the Adamites, even though she couldn't like rule, she was still part of their tribe. Her
Yep.
power was illusion. Remember, she had the power of illusions. All right. So she could play with the illusions. Which is really what they do, because it's this deceptions, how they created themselves great from really this weak image. All right. So Revelations chapter 13 verses 2, and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were the feet of a bear, and his mouth was the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his powers and his seat and great authority. Is when they got it from the Draco reptilians, or the Drago reptilians, by their power and greatness. They got it from the Drago reptilians. In Revelations chapter 13, verses 13 through 14 reads, and he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on earth by means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they shall make an image unto the beast, which had wound by a sword and did live. All right. So there you go again, the masters of deceptions. All right, sorcery. That's what sorcery is. So that's what these gods came down when they made it with the women and taught them sorcery. All right, and roots. All right, I mean we dealt with roots as well, knowing the different. But you can have different roots can have effect on the psychology of the people. So you can have psychedelics and things like that, alter people's reality, and then also sorcery when you start to deal with the deceptions. All right. So knowing how this to appear, using the lights to your image, to your advantage, lights and smoke. All right. You making a magic show, and to that person it looks like a great miracle, and then you'll have the authority. All right. And that's what a lot of people have been doing. All right. So we're going to level the playing field, and we're just going to get this information out, and therefore it's common knowledge. It's common sense now. But when it's not common sense to you, that just seems like, wow, that blows your mind. And now you're like, oh, help me. And you made that person your authority. All right. So that's how these beings did that. All right. And that's why Baabaa said that these extraterrestrials, that they laugh amongst themselves, that these people actually look at them as quote unquote gods. And that it's actually a joke amongst themselves, Baabaa said. It reminds me of like when like locker talk, when men are like degrading the the women that they might have been with. All right. And they laughing amongst themselves. All right. That's what it reminds me of, what these extraterrestrials are doing with people's faith. All right. So in Revelations chapter 13, verses 13 through 14, it reads, and he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. So think about it. It's not that he's actually making the fire come down. Listen to what it's saying. He's making fire come down from heaven in the sight of men. All right. So based on this angle, I can make it look like it's coming from me. Like, for example, when Elijah in another story in the Bible, when these children, they were teasing, was 42 children, they were teasing Elijah, the prophet, who was bald-headed. And they were teasing him for being bald-headed. And then two bears came out of the woods, and they attacked the children and devoured them and killed the children. And then Elijah was like, that's the power of God. All right. So, and it could put fear into people's hearts that I better, respect Elijah, or else he's going to make these bears, through the power of God, come out and eat me. When in actuality, that's the way it appears. But it sounds more like the children, because it was two she bears. It wasn't just two random bears. It was two female bears. So it sounds like they probably came around, if you really know how animals in nature works. If you come too close to their territory, especially if they have young, they become very territorial and they will go on attack. So those children may have made fun of him, and then, and then something happens to happen. And then the appearance will make it seem like it was me who did it. All right. Elijah. All right. And the God who's with me. All right. So when you hear the beast, which I saw unto the leopard, and his feet were like that of a bear, and his mouth was that there of a lion. And the dragon gave him his authority and his seat and his great authority. All right. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth. By means of those miracles he had powers to do in the sight of the beast. All right. So it's a magic trick. He deceiveth them. They even use the word deceiveth themselves. All right. Through the power of that miracle, saying to them that dwell on earth that they should make an image to the beast, which had a sword, which had the wound by the sword, and did live. All right. So in the other scroll, Baabaa had explained that there's no being, no alien, no extraterrestrial, no natural being, no being that can do anything outside of the rules of natural nature. It's just that if you know more about the rules of natural nature, you're more knowledgeable and you're more in tune with it. You can do more with it. All right. So if I know how my elbow and my knee works and etc., I can use my body more to its potential. So the reality is Baabaa takes us to our potential. All right. He's not showing us any unnatural, all right, miracles. The miracles are still in tune and aligned with the forces of natural nature. All right. So, for example, Baabaa explains on how to do long distance healing, long distance communication. All right. It's on the law of resonation. So reflection, or what's that word? When something vibrates here and it's on the same frequency, it also vibrates over there across the room or through space and time. All right. So that's still what's that called? What's that called, brother? Zamal?
Oh, I don't know what it's called, but I wanted to know. You started talking about something that piqued my interest, because telepathy,
Mm-hmm.
or no, telepathically speaking to people. I've always wanted to know how to do that, and I don't know. I don't even know where to find it in any of Baba's books.
Oh, okay. The breath book.
Oh,
Reflections and projections. The master secrets as well. Let's see, reflections and projections. That's the actual fact. Then you have it in master secret, mental link, mind link, mental reservoir. You have it in so many things, and that's what Baba's working on us, for us to have sound beings, sound right reason. All right. So you realize that you are a sound being, and when you get back on your right frequency, all right, you start to tap in. But it's, the first thing is that before you can do the whole telepathy, you have to be honest with yourself. And many of us lie to ourselves. I remember I saw this picture. It was like depicting grays, and it was like, why do humans use telepathy? That's what it was asked. And they said because they have a lot to hide from each other. And a lot of us, we uh like it reminds me of in our the Bridge of Salvation, how Bible calls a hypocrite. A hypocrite isn't somebody who like, okay, I used to, let's say, I'm using it as an example. I used to do drugs, so now I'm telling people not to do drugs. That's not a hypocrite. A hypocrite, or I'm working through something, and as I'm working through something, I'm helping someone else along the way. That's not a hypocrite either. Like, you're supposed to be, you eating French fries, you're supposed to be about health. You're a hypocrite. No, that's not a hypocrite. A hypocrite is somebody who sits like they never did something and then they judge others. All right. So it's so funny because it's um, like a lot of things that we could probably help people by just speaking like real, from experience. I tell you not to eat that or not to do that. Some things I might not have done, some things I may have done. All right. And that's how you not be a hypocrite. So now you get all those hang-ups out the way, and then it helps you with your resonation. You can resound a lot more. All right, your vibration. Because a lot of us, we have all these hang-ups and we're judging others for what we do in a different way. The reality, you have to let go of those hang-ups. Right. So, and it's like we're working on that. There's a lot of shame, and a lot of times people look like they don't like, nobody likes you. The reality is a lot of people are really struggling to like themselves. That's just a unfortunate reality, right? And that's why we have self-awareness should lead to self-love, because you're dealing with unconditional love. And it's like as you heal and grow through certain things, you have a deeper appreciation of yourself, all right? That you like when you compare. But a lot of us that like to pretend we never been certain places. When Baabaa says when he met us, we were all wannabes. He said, just remember you was a wannabe when I met you. He said that, so there's nothing to, go beat down somebody. And that'll help us get all those hangups out the way so we can go on other dimensions. But yeah, many books talk about telepathy. All right. So they use their Shabbat image the same way all day in shadow hours. You're looking at their Shabbat image in the form of reflecting colors of light rays. They're pretending, calling it acting, where they act human, all right? Smiling, crying, all kinds of fake tashorats, emotions coming at you from the screen to deceive you into thinking they have real feelings, which they don't, all right? So all they do, they pretended to be human, all right, for the purpose of affecting, all right? Like some people that they pretend that they care about you. They don't care, all right, or they care in life. They don't feel things because as we learned in the Melanite children, they don't feel things to the same extent, to the same dimension, or as deeply as you. They study you, and then they're pretty much holding a mirror up to yourself. They're holding a mirror to you, and then they're putting their image over your image, and now you worship them. All right. So they study, and then they just replicate, call it acting, and now you're invested in these scenes that they make, which is all fake. All right. So 367, they need others to feed them tashorat, emotions. They feed off of others. All right. I was watching this person who was diagnosed with psychopathy. He's a psychopath. And certain parts of his brain and actually is less developed. And he's explaining that, like, he was at a funeral. He was explaining he was at a funeral and the people were crying. And he just remembered that he walked up to either his dad or somebody who was crying. And he wiped a tear because he was just like analyzing, like, why are they crying? He knew it was sad, but he just thought it was a little over the top to be crying, you know. He didn't really understand what the big deal was. So it's not that he doesn't feel things, he just doesn't feel it to the same extent. So yeah, like he may still get upset, you try to like get over him or something like that, but those deeper divine emotions he doesn't really have. But he learned how to like mimic them, because like if somebody's sharing something, you don't look concerned. Like he realized like just to read the cues. So he says he doesn't feel things. So what he does is he just looks at what's going on. Like how some people, they could walk and they can just feel the vibe. He doesn't know what that is, he said. So another thing that he might realize is how he's affecting others. All right. So he might cause an effect to see an emotional response, and that would be a cue for him, because he doesn't really have his own emotions. All right. So you just see that's one person explaining. All right. And some of them go out and do devilish things, and some of them don't necessarily go out and do crimes. All right. But a lot of psychopaths. And sometimes certain brain damage can actually affect, because remember, your brain is part of your nervous system. So many things are off. We're different. We're different beings. All right. And they have the least amount. All right. So they need others to feed them. Tashorat, emotions, they feed off of others. All right. So it's like feeling through somebody else. They project they project outward fake emotions, just as you're affected by cinemas, movies, and films as they act. All right. Some movies, have you ever watched, it was so good that you cried right along with them? That has happened to me. Or you got scared right along with them, or whatever the case is. All right, it's called acting. But people do that in real life too. All right, they study social cues and things like that. All right. 269. This is what they are always doing, acting in their Bible, as their Bible says. In Revelations chapter 13, verses 5, they are now using their 42 months. 4 plus 2 equals 6 again, from 2000 AD, 3.5 years from 2000 AD. All right, that'll be 2003 AD. All right, so that's their end. So they seek extended time as they broadcast lies about the true creators and dig up nations, Makmat, Egypt, the holy places, and slander our deities with blasphemies, who look down from Sabbatats, Wu Sahats, Sirius and Orion, Pahatats, Pahahat. That's the heavens, Pahahat, the heavens. All right. So I feel like the same thing happened with me. All right. I sit here, we'll use this as an example, you know, not to make drama, but just to give an example. You can see in real time. I sit here in my own living room. All right. I'm not at any special function. All right. In the comfort, reading scrolls. And you know, I might wear something like this. All right. I have really, really nice clothes too, but sometimes it makes too much glitches. When I realize when there's too much designs, it messes up the camera. So that's why I wear just solid colors. But there's a whole rhyme or reason. All right. If you scroll up, you have somebody saying that I am to Baabaa like Paul, because I never physically met Baabaa. And I'm misguiding people because I never met Baabaa and physically, and that they call me Paul. All right. I said that's called slander. That's why I told that person that's slander. But the reality is, if you look at what this person is doing, then you won't notice what I'm doing or not doing. All right. So if the only thing that you can account for is nice clothes, then you want to just bring attention to clothing. But there's so many ways that, and so many dimensions of being in the image of the beast. The very language that we're speaking is the image of the beast itself. It's the vibrations of the beast. All right. And what do we mean by image of the beast? Do we mean fake hair, contacts? So I'm giving as an example, when people, their time is coming to an end, they get desperate measures and we start to slander. All right. And look at them as my image is fading away. All right. So you see it in real time. All right. When I'm mind my business, I just turn this camera on and read. All right. Which the scrolls help me too. I'm the same things that I'm reading, I'm working on. All right. So 370. They seek extended time as they broadcast lies about the true creators and dig up nations such as Makmat, Egypt, our holy places, and slander our deities with blasphemies, who look down from Sabbatats, Wu Sahats, Sirius and Orion, Pahahats, the heavens. All right. And you have so many people that have things to say, bad things to say about Egypt. All right. And they said an Egyptian, and it's funny, they put the hijab on the women and say we should look like that. I don't see the women on our women didn't look like that. All right. So what else did we see? About how they making us out to be evil. All right. When in actuality, they went to us for help time and time again. And it was our compassion. All right. That allowed us to hope. All right. So between 2000 AD to 2009 AD, he will make all kinds of wars. All right. So you could tell that this scroll was written. Sometimes scrolls are released later, but you could tell that this scroll was written before sometime like a few years ago. You could tell it was written. All right. So this is still in the hereafter. So between 2000 and 2000 AD, he will make all kinds of wars. All right. So will with religious people up to 2012 AD. Will take down world religious leaders of the Bible and Quran over all kindreds, his own Qaradu children, such as Muslims, world of mixed seed, his own kind, who speak his own Masan tongue as nations, Makmat, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Yemen, Jordan, Libya, Algeria, Somalia, Sudan, Lebanon, Palestine, Pakistan, Afghanistan. He made deals with Arabia, and now he will seek to destroy the church of brotherly love in Revelations chapter 3, verses 7 through 13, assembly in Philadelphia. Assembly of Philadelphia, Al-Islam. I prepared you to know this Madras school of thought as Ansars. The Muslim world works with the devil. They were invaded by Celtics who pretended to convert to the Za'am religion. They were devoted to Europe's Wiccanism or Wiccanism. They learned to speak Arabic just as them and worked their ways to leadership over nations and mass Celtic Muslim. They spoke to others as their leaders, such as Turks who altered the tongue of Arabic and the Moroccan who altered the script. All these mixed in from Murapu European bloodlines to rule Muslim Takwan Muslim nation and created a new evil war like sects who start wars to have them slaughter and kill for their demon, Muzyar Mutatalu, extraterrestrial. Mata, earth, will worship their image of the beast. In Revelations chapter 13, verses 8, reads, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life. Listen to the words and reject his Ahmad's religions. All right. So the book of life, all right, disconnected from natural nature. All right. So now we're going past, all right, the confinements. So the very Arab Muslim or Muslamu and their Muslim Moorish Negroes who helped them to enslave Africans will themselves be put in prison by Pa Kakasnadu Takwamats, the Caucasian nations. All right, little history about the Moors. All right, during the Arabic slave trade, a lot of them if you denounced Africa, all right, as a man, all right, I'm not African, I'm Muslim, I'm Moorish, you can go and bring more to them, all right? They will let you go if you did on their behalf. That's why you see some Moors even with slaves of their own, all right? So denounce Africa. And in so many ways, we denounce Africa, all right? I'm not black, I'm white, because black means to bleach out, all right? You should be denouncing the whole language. Go back to Latin, go back to Arabic, all right? But don't go back to Africa. All right, those are the mixed children, all right, who worked on behalf of their enslavers. All right. So the Caucasoid nations, okay? So they will be imprisoned by them. All right. So we're starting to see that, because a lot of Moors, they say, well, you should know the law. If you don't know the law, then it's your own fault for not knowing the law. So if you use this and this UCC code and you do this and you do this filing, then you should be good. But the reality of the matter is that means that you're calling that system honorable. When in actuality, the moment that they don't need you anymore, they go back to their dishonorable ways. Those are promises that are not kept. All right? Because we have natural rights. All right? Through Panadaru, natural ether energy from which we grew. Right? So Revelations chapter 13 verses 10 reads, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. 376. He that leaveth into slavery or captivity from 2000 to 2012 AD, those who fight and Katul killed by war will now be Katula killed and die by war. All right. So you see some of the brutality of what those Arabs were doing to those Africans. Now you see that they're dying the very same way. All right. Now that their time is up. All right. And then they cry when in compassion that they don't give, all right, to the Africans. All right. In actuality, they denounce the Africans. So 377. Then will be made plain for all their goat's deity, the devil. They worship the Baphomet of Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7, the satire of Satanism. Their five-pointed stars of their nations, and those who worship the beast with them. In Revelation chapter 13, 11, another beast, more Mutatalu extraterrestrials over 2000 AD and 2012 AD will be seen with two horns like a lamb and ram, yet they represent the draconians, flesh eaters. They seek 300,000 people for food each day the world over after the year 2000 and 3.5 or 2003. All right. So 2000. So he said 3.5. So 2003 is and in June 2003. So as of June 2003, that's when a lot of people started going missing. All right. I mean, it was happening all the time, but that's when that agreement, 300,000 people. All right. So they have the Shakamat's powers of the original beast devils before them and cause the planet and those who live inside of it to worship the anointed cherub. And in Ezekiel 28:14, and they deceived the people of Matah earth with fake religious miracles in Revelations chapter 13, verses 4. 381, killings, wars by devils in Revelations chapter 13, verses 15. He spread his disease, mixing his natat seed the world over, marking those with his DNA, the Luciferian gene, lucid, Lucifer. All right. So if you have a chance, you could look up those old Levi commercials, Levi jeans, and there was another one, Calvin Klein jeans. And who was in that commercial? It was in the 1970s commercials and 1970s Calvin Klein. It was very weird. And the one who played in Blue Lagoon, that young girl, forgot her name. The young girl who played in Blue Lagoon, and she was very exploited. She was in Playboy like at 10 years old, naked, fully naked. You know her name? Brooke Shields. Yeah, Brooke Shields. So we look at the commercial of Brooke Shields, and she talks about superior DNA and everything. And in the Calvin Klein talks about the genes, and they play with the words with genes and genetics. So now you have Levi genes. So now you know the Levi genes. Join on to the genes. All right. So put in their markers, the mark of the beast. So a lot of times we think the mark of the beast was this chip. You realize many of us have picked up those markers. All right. It's in the bloodline. All right. That's why we have the protections, and that's why we have our chants in place to protect us from those markers. All right. Because they made their way into our blood for many of us. So those of us who can heal past it, that's what we have been slated to do. Those of us who are going to fade with those markers, then that's what we're slated to do as well. All right. So this is our time. This is our extension to heal ourselves in time. All right. We have until 2030. All right. So he spreads his disease, mixing his natat seed the world over, marking those with his DNA, the Luciferian gene. Lucid. All right. Lucifer, the markers of their genes, the nucleotide markers, A, T, G, C, and their blood type, be it A negative, B negative, AB negative, and O negative blood types. All right. There's many people in our tribe with negative blood types. There's many of us who carry, even though we're positive blood types, we may have the potential to pass negative blood. All right. For those of us who understand the way that we pass blood. All right. Because positive blood is a dominant gene. All right. So you can have two dominant genes. That's great. You can have a dominant gene. You can have a recessive gene. So the dominant gene is going to show up positive. All right. That's why we're taking time. All right. Some of us don't have the right blood. We're going to need new blood, Bible said. When it's time to travel, you actually need new blood, like blood transfusion. Some of us, our organs need to be repaired, etc., etc. All that is affecting our vibrations. All right. And which frequency we're on. And that's why we have so many things to help us. Dressing like ourselves, talking our language, eating the foods. Because there's certain foods, like Baba said that we should be eating sweet potatoes. I don't know how many events that I went to, Sabian events, did we have sweet potatoes? No, we didn't. All right. I don't know if I went to events with sweet potatoes. Look at the benefits of sweet potatoes. All right. It's eaten in so many places. It's a staple in many African, all right, diets, like yams and different things like that, widespread. And it's better than eating other starches. All right. So there's a reason for everything to turn on certain genetics, turn off other genetics. All right. Because before they could affect you, they had to first infect you. All right. So the fact of the matter, we're infected in various ways. All right. So their blood types, all right. A, B, or O, all right, if they're negative. All right. Revelations chapter 16, verses 2. And the first went and poured out his vital upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and a grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them that worshipped his image. So two ways to get this sore upon you. Either you carry the mark of the beast, or you have those genetic markers, because Bible said, for example, COVID was sent to this planet to snuff out and to kill those the Adamite genes. All right, it was put here to kill the Adamite genes. So a lot of us can get real cocky. Well, I'm not Adamite. I'm not Caucasoid. I'm the Garu, but not realizing you had Adamite genes too. All right, because you've been living with them, mixing in with them. So there was things that Bible said that we could do to heal and protect ourselves. All right, living our culture. But many of us ran, and he said, okay, if you're gonna get the vaccine, then you should get the Moderna vaccine. But it is funny how many of us ran to go get the vaccine. I don't want to die. We ran to get the vaccine. How many people ran to live the culture? All right. And Baba made many updates. He said, y'all, he at one time I remember he got upset. He said, y'all are like niggers. Y'all don't want to live the culture. Y'all just want to be on stage and teach, but y'all don't really want this. All right. So many of us ran to get the vaccine. We had drives to get the vaccine. How many drives did we have to live the culture? All right. And that living the culture turns on certain genetics, turns off other genetics. So that's the reason. All right. That's the benefit. So they can be spotted out. Oh, and another way, besides having the mark of the beast, is worshiping his image. So you can have beautiful protection, strong African DNA, but you worship the Caucasian. So now you're like, okay, I need to do what the Caucasians doing. They say put sunscreen on, so I'm gonna put sunscreen on my dark skin. I'm gonna go get this blonde wig that's gonna cut me off from my own connections. I'm gonna go and live under somebody else's image. And in actuality, you're putting yourself under that vibration too. So you may end up, I'm gonna eat what they eat, not what my ancestors eat. All right. So you can lower your protections, and now you're outside of your jurisdiction. So now it's free. That's free game right there. So that's for anybody. So now you can suffer really what wasn't meant for you to suffer. All right. It wasn't really about you, but you wanted to make it about you. So now y'all both could suffer together. So those are the two ways. All right. So those which had the mark of the beast upon them, and those which worshipped his image. All right. That's in Revelations chapter 15, verses 2. So they can be spotted out, like the Lucia, meaning shine, the mark put on them in their DNA. By the head, it is meant they think like devils, jawedness, wickedness. And by the hand, which is in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5, it means they do the works that the devils do to please the devil. All right. So they get into your genetics, then they get into your mind, and then they get into your actions. All right. So he had the mark in his head, he had the mark in his hand. All right. Now you can have the genetic markers, or you may not even have the genetic markers, but you think like the devil because you've been watching the TV and it's programmed you. And you start doing what they do, so you think like them, and you want to be accepted by them, so you do what they do, or you do what you need but they require of you. All right. So now you're doing wickedness to yourself, to your own family, to your own community, to nature itself. All right. So now you're out of harmony. All right. So by putting on a uniform and going out to kill for them, mark of Cain. All right. In Genesis chapter 4, verses 15 to 16. By putting on a uniform and going out to kill for them, the mark of Cain. All right. Somebody told me about a call saying if you have a government job, that you would technically the mark of the beast. If you speak in English, you have the mark of the beast. If you're not eating the foods that you meant to eat, you have the mark of the beast. If you've been having sex with the Caucasians, and you have your children have the mark of the beast. All right. There's so many dimensions and so many things that's put here to trap us, and how we have to unravel ourselves. All right. So Bible says also in the Bridge of Salvation that many of us judge others for what we do in a different way. All right. For me, I don't have time for that. I have to be healing. Am I going to heal in time? That's really what I want to know. And also, how far I can go. I just want to go as far as my genetics will take me, without some. And not everybody's genetics go the same distance. All right. And also, if I can help others along the way, great. If you go further than me, even better. You know, that's good too. If I go far all the way, that's great too. All right. If one of us made it, then the race made it. If two of us made it, all right, male and female, then we all made it. So there's nothing to have a hang up about, right? So by putting on the uniform and you go out and kill for them, that's the mark of Cain. All right, you're getting their mark. You're doing for them. So in this new land of Nod called the U.S., vagabond, fugitive from other lands, wicked by nature. All right. If you know the history of America, even a lot of they sent a lot of in Europe. They sent a lot of the worst of them. They sent them here. All right. Some of them were running from law over there. So Genesis chapter 6, verses 5. Their day has come. In Genesis chapter 6, verses 6, it reads, and it repented the Lord that he had made them on earth, and it grieved him in his heart. All right, so he seeks to destroy them, as in Genesis chapter 6, verses 7. All right, so these makers said, these creatures that we made, they're out of control. All right, what did we do? It grieved him in his heart. So, and it repented the Lord. So there goes a word, repentance. When you repent about something, that means that you're acknowledging a mistake. So they right there it says the Lord does repent. The Lord makes mistakes then. All right, in Genesis chapter 6, verses 6. Revelation chapter 13, verses 18. He is a physical man, flesh and blood. Satu Akak. 6 ether, a human beast. Canaanites. Revelation chapter 13, verses 18 reads, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is a number of man, and his number is 666. All right, 666. All right, a lot of us said that means that's the black man. All right, you had some other crazy group called carbonation. Reality is anything that has breathing represented in it, has a burning, is carbon. All right, so you have a carbon-based being. Anything dealing with fire. All right, so 6 ether, fire. All right, carbon is as far as he goes. His formula has burnt out. That's it. All right, fish have carbon. Caucasians have carbon. Plants have carbon. All right. Things that are born and die, they have carbon. You're in the realm of life and death. All right. Timelines, because all fires eventually burn out. That's why you can carbon date it. and know, oh, by this carbon date, I know it's this old, all right, by this burning. So 386. Today you see all kind of deformed human beings. They call it marats, or disease, such as anthrogryposis. All right, that's a disease. Down syndrome. All right, dwarfism, polycephaly, anencephaly, cyclopia, gigantism, polydactyl. All right, polydactyl. I actually knew a little boy, he polydactyl. All right, let me see if they put a picture. No, it wasn't polydactyl. It was the other one. But there goes the polydactyl. When you have too many toes and like things are just, there goes that, you know. That's a specific type of birthmark, but this birthmark is like broken capillaries, and that can affect the function of the way that the organs, like the skin itself is an organ, the eye and different things where it is, it can affect the functions. All right. So you have all these different deformities. Coccyx, till. All right, that's when your spine is too long, and your coccyx is supposed to end here, but instead it descends down like a little till. That's a deformity. All right, and it can affect a lot of things. All right, there goes the different deformities. The baby boy with one eye. All right, no nose. There goes the conjoined twins. All right, and these different things. You have Down syndrome. People are born with horns, starts to grow out of them. There was somebody that they started to grow their body changed some type of code. It was very interesting. And they started to grow where their hair is supposed to grow. It started to grow like the material that their nails were. All types of defects, right? Even HPV. All right. So this is human papillomavirus. And there was a man, he was called Tree Man. He kind of looked like that. I think they put the wrong, because I remember watching this document. So this is not gigantism. They made a mistake. It's supposed to be human papillomavirus as well. And they called him Tree Man. And in reality, it was HPV. So this is just a bunch of HPV all over his hands and feet. But there's different kinds of HPV. So then you have harlequin ichthyosis A and harlequin ichthyosis B. All right. These are actual babies. All right. They're born like that. And then you can have ichthyosis, where your skin look like scales. So you can have this in a much more toned down version. Much more toned down. All right. Your skin would just be kind of scaly. So whose God is Sawabo, responsible for them? This is such a painful condition. Oh, those children suffer. The skin is cracked and bleeding. It's so much suffering, all right? So who's responsible for them? In whose image were they born or made? Which God? Which Allah? Which Yahweh? Are they Munmaku, Awertem, freaks or not? I say not because of Kadem Sajalat, ancient records, wall drawings, statues, artwork, and so much more by cultures older than their Bible and Quran, or new Western Christian thinking worldwide. 398. What about self-inflicted deformities by persons Laduda born into certain cultures? Some types of self-inflicted deformities have been practiced for centuries. All right. So you have these both. They do neck binding in New Guinea and also in this other uh culture in Asia. I forgot where they're from. It's Myanmar, right? Myanmar culture. You have foot binding. Oh, these people suffer in China. Oh, they suffer. They can't even walk right. This lip plate where you stretch that, and now when they take the plate out, the lip is just hanging. All right. Who influenced them to do that? All right. And is this reflective of natural nature or unnatural nature? All right.
You know what's cool? Well, not it's not cool, but one thing I saw about the lip hanging thing,
Mm-hmm.
I saw it in Black Panther, and I was like, oh, okay,
Mm-hmm. So why? What purpose? Where did it
right,
start? You know, what was going on? And and you're born into that culture. I don't know why we're gonna cut the woman's I don't know why we're gonna cut the baby's clitoris off. We're just gonna do it because that's the way the women have been doing it, and they're born with a healthy reproductive system. But let's go and butcher it. All right. I don't know why we're gonna snip the boy's foreskin off. We're just gonna do it because that's what my mom and my grandpa and everybody did that. All right. And and he's not gonna be able to get a respectable girlfriend. All right. If we don't snip his skin. And the other culture, she's not gonna get married if we don't. So let's do that. All right. So you have cranial piercings and cranial shaping. All right. So either they were emanating a being that looked like this. And why? Why were they emanating that being? All right. Because there's some people they have heads kind of like this. I like heads that are shaped like that, where they got the hump on the back. All right. But some people they like this one you could tell was binded because that head shape it doesn't really come like that. So they do that to the baby when the baby's born. They tie it. All right. Human alien hybrids grown in UK labs. So Bob is showing that they're taking when they get these different extraterrestrials, they go in the laboratory and they try to make hybrids. All right. So you see the hybrid creates something that looks like that elongate. So what is it mixed with? So Bob is showing, okay, that they might be trying to recreate a certain being. All right. So now we get thinking because now that's why if somebody asks you a question, or somebody comes to you as a savior, and they say, excuse me, Zamal or Zamotat, why do you wear that on your head? And you don't answer and say, cause that's my culture. All right. I had somebody say that to me when I first came around. I asked about the braid, and I said, what, like, why do you guys wear that braid? And she said it was such a nasty attitude, cause that's my culture. And I was like, that's not a good reason for me to do anything. Because in another place, they could be like, why are you marrying the little, like, 9-year-old girls? And the person could say, because that's our culture. Anything could be a culture. That doesn't tell you why. Like, that's my culture, just says that's my culture. That's not a reason. All right. So, what does that mean? So, you take time and know why. What is it for? You take responsibility. All right. So before you embody something, you make sure that you do it in a genuine place. And you do it in a genuine place by taking time to know what it is about. And then at times though, we might want to just have a camaraderie and because we're one tribe, right? So you may be participating, like let's say Bobby has said, you know what, everybody y'all start drinking ginger. I want you guys to drink ginger every day. And you're gonna make this type of concoction. Um, Sometimes it's wise to just go along with it, but at the same time as you're going along with it, you could still learn as you're going along with it. So it's like, you know what, I'm part of a team, we're part of a family, a community. So we're gonna do this, but you don't stay in ignorance. still, you still take time to learn, because that's where your power is. And now you can go and educate others. And because anybody could be doing any type of good or bad and just say, that's just what we do. And that's not how Sabians live culture. All right. But there's so much that Baabaa has to catch up on. And a lot of times that we're living it and becoming it and learning it in real time. It's like it's happening all at the same time. So, yeah, that's just something to consider. All right. So 392, we're on page 79. 79. Now with the old arts of STEM, Sakafat cells, the creation of mixed humans and animals is being done once again. Microscopic monsters, grafting, cloning, and hybrid offspring. All right. So playing with the microbiology of things. All right. Now we know the power of stem cells. All right. So Baabaa said that was a lost science that is being used again, and it's not the first time it's being used. All right. They have produced a zebra donkey hybrid, and they called it a zebroid, which include many combinations of horse, donkey, and zebra. All right. So those, if they mated a donkey and a zebra, it wouldn't have been compatible enough, so they had to use something called stem cells. All right. So they even mixed DNA of spires with goats to produce milk that increases silk fibers, and researchers harvest the protein fibers of various uses like sutures, artificial ligaments, and even bulletproof vests. All right. So they even put a spider and a goat, and they mix them together. All right. Through the genetic splicing. What I taught you years ago, which was said to be science fiction, is now science fact. Baabaa even broke down science and fiction don't even go hand in hand. Because when you deal with the science of something, you're dealing with the makings of something, the science. Do you know the science of trees? Do you know the science of teeth? All right. So that doesn't even go. And that's another game, science fiction. All right. So in England laboratories, they operate in Warwick University's King's College London, where neuroscientists have succeeded in doing unbelievable splicing of genetic materials of Hawanu animals and Mudamu Adamites. All right. So with their own genetics. They did that with the ear on the rat. They put the mouse, the pink mouse, it was a shaved mouse, a wall mouse, and you see the ear growing on its back. All right, the human ear. All right. And what they can only be called Tan. He was Strong's number 8565, hideous creature called admixed embryos. Note first the three letters of ADM and then IX, Adam. All right. Adamix. All right. So write down that vocabulary word and look it up. Adamix, I'll write it down too. Adamix embryos.
Marta, how do you spell that?
ADMIX. And then embryos. You might even see Baabaa, it's just all one word, but you can put ADM.IX. All right. So IX would be the number 9 in Roman numerals, and Adam. So Adam 9. All right. So they have done that. They have done what the Anakim did to make the Mudamu Salau, the Adamite race, 6,000 years ago. And the Brits now have, as of 2008 AD, Human Fertilized Embryology Act. All right. So as of 2008 under England, they have an act. All right. And it's called, we can write that down because the admixed embryos, you'll probably find it together. It's Human Fertilization Embryology Act. All right. So they're doing now the very things that the Anunnaki was doing with them. So the Anunnaki was taking their own DNA and taking creatures from around to create this new creature. And now these Adamites are doing the same thing, taking themselves and taking these creatures from around. All right. So it kind of gives you a clue what was going on with the Palladians. Were the Palladians going extinct? Was something happening to them? Are they defective? All right. Just things to think about. And the fact that they are always genetically modifying and perfecting themselves through the use of genetic modification lets you know that there will be some imperfections. But then when they went to further imperfect themselves, all right, by grafting more things, it's making those imperfections even worse. All right. So they made it legal. All right. So that's the Human Fertilization Embryology Act as of 2008 in Britain. This made it legal to crossbreed, graft with genes, DNA, cells, and embryos of both humanoids and animals, and to combine them to make birth hideous combinations. So that as of 2008, it became legal in Britain. Before that, I guess it may have not been legal. Not to say they weren't doing it, but they officially made it legal in 2008 in Britain. So that means that they've been working on it. All right. So this in 401, this British lab admits to morphing human and animals into hybrids in 2011 AD. Just as I told you years ago, about 3% of births, such as 2 male sperms implanted into a female ovum egg to birth a mixed seed child, just the way Jesus was conceived. All right. So we're talking about the 3-parent birth. And that they can do that in the laboratories by using one embryo or one egg and using 2 different types of sperms, maybe even from 2 different species. All right, many different ways. So now Bob is giving an example of a 3-parent birth. All right. So this is the case of a human chimera, including genetic materials from 3 parents, and has occurred in nature due to pre-mixture of genes. However, it is rare. All right. So nature can already do this. Bob is saying it happens in nature, although it's rare. All right. It happens more in genetic splicing, but nature can create this too. All right. Let's just say a woman was with multiple partners. Maybe that can happen. How it happens, I don't know. Nature lets it happen from time to time. All right. So these experiments have also been confirmed as well as the elongation of life by manipulation or manipulating the telomeres. In Genesis chapter 6, verses 3. And the Lord God said, my spirit shall not always thrive with man, for he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. It is now confirmed. What else do you need? All right. So now Bob is saying, Bob is funny. All right. So 404, Bob is saying it's confirmed. Now what else do you need? All right. Now, granted, a lot of this stuff was new information, but the Bible also said because of the spell of the beast and the spell of Leviathan that people have a hard time subconsciously accepting what Bible says as a black man. All right. Had he been a white man or some other race, it would have been a lot easier because we have been programmed to accept other than self and kind.
Right.
He
Mm-hmm.
also said that if he was a woman, they wouldn't take him seriously.
Right, right. That's true. Because in other places, Yanun is a woman. All right. So, um, yeah. So 403, these experiments have also been confirmed as well as the elongation of manipulating the telomeres. All right. So we know the telomeres sit at the end of your chromosomes and it protects you from DNA damage. Africans naturally have longer telomeres. Not only do we have our melanin, but we have the longest telomeres. So the longest lifespan. All right. So when you partake in things and you're coming in contact with life, your telomeres take the hit first. All right. And as we're aging as well, the telomeres are shrinking. All right. Caucasians are born with the shortest telomeres. Uh, I learned that their old age was 30. Like they lived, their average lifespan was like 33 years old until they started mixing and traveling the rest of the world. They expanded theirs, and ours shrank. All right, by mixing. But they found that they can actually manipulate the telomeres. All right. We can also manipulate the telomeres. Did you know that by fasting and different things like that and partaking in certain things, you can actually stretch the telomeres back out? Exercising also helps to stretch out your telomeres. So you can actually add years in quality of life. All right. So there's natural manipulations. All right. Manipulate just means to affect. So you could do it artificially, you could do it naturally. All right. So you see these not artificial manipulations and these natural manipulations. All right. So once I am gone, listen to this. 405. Once I am gone, there will never be another master teacher, as there was none before me. I have yet many things to teach you, yet the RH negative race has taken me from you before I could transform you and lay out a direct path back to Sabatat, Sirius. All right. So you have all these people. All right. I have one. No, I'm not even going to say, but you have all these people that want to be the next Baabaa. All right. For me, I just want to sit in my seat, activated as who I really am. All right. And if you sit in your seat, that's great. That's great too. And we're being directed to poets. All right. They're all expanding. All poets. Poet. It just is everything that is, everything that ever will be. It's the components and the moving parts and before the parts even started moving. Because the moving parts are the all or pa poet. And then you have poet, which embodies poet and pa poet, everything that ever was. All right. And that's what we're being tapped into. So once we tap in, what do you need a successor for? All right. Why are you still looking outside yourself after that? All right. For some other extraterrestrial to come. All right. When the reality is that you're being taken back to the very stardust from which all life grew, all stars, all planets. All right. Everything that you are and everything that you can be. All right. So you see how these very forces infiltrated the hearts, minds, and souls of our very tribe. All right. Because why would they want to relate any other way? And that's because that Anunnaki DNA. All right. Where they want to rule over others. All right. So leadership is actually one of the marks of the ego. All right. So many of us want to control others, but we don't take time to control ourselves. All right. And how many people embody everything that they know to be true? I haven't met anybody, all right, besides Baabaa. All right. And it's not an easy task. That's why one of the biggest, most honorable things we could strive for is to be a moon dog, which is to be a moon dog, a living and breathing Nathar, flesh and blood Nathar, all right? One who is of natural nature, So much unnatural things happen on this planet. That's why it's so difficult. All right. Unnatural thoughts, unnatural relationship, everything. All right. So I have many things to teach you, yet the RH negative race has taken me from you before I could transform you and lay out a direct path back to Sabatat, Sirius. All I can say is I did my best to free you of the Hajj spell and the Mutabab human beast. All right. So Baba really did his best. Now, if we respond or if we don't respond, that's on us. All right. Maybe it's too much RH negative blood. All right. But the reality is some of us will make it. It might not be many, but you don't need many. You need quality. And that's what we're honing in on ourselves. We're going back to the quality. And that's why we go back to who we are, not what we became. All right. All right. So now you again, if anybody ever tells you that sabbat means sabotage, right on this scroll, page 79, sabotage, Baba says he's taking us back to Sirius. All right. Sabotage is Sirius star system. All right. And it's the women over Sirius. All right. The brothers over Orion. But we know that even the brothers are born in Sirius, they're sent to Orion because they come from their mothers. And when they get to an age, they get sent to Orion. All right. And then the women should stay on Sirius. All right. So that's an attack not just on Wu Sabat, it's a very attack on the women themselves. All right. When people say that. That's the resistance. All right. So 408. Now they have grown parts on mice and have produced creatures that do not survive, such as a crossbit of a lamb and a human. All right. This was an actual creature that they took the human cells in the lamb. It was able to be formulated, but it just didn't survive, so it died. All right. There goes the ear on the mouse. All right. The reason why they said they did this one, because I saw the documentary where they was documenting this or reporting on this, is because they were saying how they can possibly grow human body parts for people who lost them, and like maybe they can graft it, and they were just coming up with different ways that they can possibly help humans. So now you already see the grafting or taking the pig organs and putting them in humans, which they're already doing that, which was on the news. You have the zebra donkey. So this one was actually grafted. That's a donkey, and they put some zebra genetics in this donkey as an embryo.
Oh.
Yeah. And then this one is a spider goat. All right. So this goat, they infuse this DNA with spider DNA. All right. And they said for the purpose of being able to use the fibers, like the milk having some of that spider web qualities to it. All right. So
I
it
guess
looks
they
like a
trying to create
donkey.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Right. So it looks like a goat, but now you know there's other things going on with its genetics. All right. So its milk would be a little different. So the three races today are, and they subdivide into species for each respective race: 9 for Nagab Nadu, 3 for Nagalu or the Mongoloids, and 6 for the Caucasus Nadu, the Caucasians. 412. Yes, mankind or mankind, Makasu, is a grafted man, a man creature. And along the way, many mistakes and outcomes was many deformed beings. All right. So for example, before they were able to perfect, so now you know freaks in a perfect creature. Before they can perfect the creation, you know it's going to go through many trials and errors. All right. Before they got to this state, all right, They had to build up to that. All right. So this one was born dead. So they had to tweak the genetics more. All right. So perfect for what? That's the question. All right. So, yes, mankind or mankind. Makasu, Caucasians is a grafted man, a made creature. Along the way, many mistakes and outcomes was many deformed beings. 413, yes, they are in fact chimeras consisting of human and simian, monkey, canines, and wolf. All right. Chimeras is like the three-parent birth again. Human, simian, or multiple parent, more than two. All right. So you have all these different genetics that's being spliced because we're not just going to stop at these two. Take a little bit of this, take a little bit of that. All right. So as the porcine is in fact a chimeras consisting of kalub canine, katats feline, and rodent, made with the instructions of Imhotep to clean up the filth and disease of the land of Haran, where Abraham dwelt. All right. So the porcine itself, or the pig, is already a hybrid. All right. So you have hybrids of hybrids of hybrids. All right. So they're made up, they have some pig DNA, which the pig is already a hybrid. All right. So once the Makasu Caucasoids were driven back into the caves, they were created by their overlords, Mukmahu, the Pleiadians, in order for them to survive. All right. So they put them in the caves. All right. Much like in Antarctica, where they take all these different cells and they keep them filed. All right. In their lab in Antarctica. All right. The Makasu Caucasian were in the caves of the Derenkuyu, known as Cappadocia, Turkey. After 600 years, those that were considered clean were moved to Greece for further grafting, and those that were very leprous were driven up to the Caucasus Mountains, so they started to split them. Like in the Bible, they're always looking at their skin. You're going to be considered clean or you're going to be considered unclean. If the spot spreadeth, if the hair turns yellow in flank and you see that sore spreads. All right. So if their skin was just white, that was considered clean. If they start getting sores and all that, and growths and everything, that would be leprous. So they would be split. So 418, you find the ruins of the lost city under the sand with the symbols in the stone of the grafting of the pig, hog, swine, boar, to clean up the Caucasus Mountains. All right. This, you actually find the boar. This is in the caves. All right. So there's the pig right there and the different things going on up here. And that is the ruins from a city in Turkey showing the grafting of the pig. After 600 years, okay, you can find that. All right. 419. Then called land of Haran near Nirvana, Lud, where the pig was made. Nineveh, I meant to say, not Nirvana. Hasmuni. The land of Haran near Nineveh, Lud, where the pig was made. All right, that's a city or place. The made and the Caucasus or Caucasoids grafted. All right. In Genesis chapter 11, verses 31 through 32. And Terah took Abraham, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. And in Genesis chapter 12, verses 4 through 20, 1, we just read it in part. So Abraham departed, and the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham had 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. All right. So Haran is a place in Turkey, modern day Turkey. All right. Where you see the graftation of the pig on the walls. All right. And in Turkey, what's Turkey today? So Haran is in Turkey. .420. Much breeding, grafting, cloning was done in Kadem Rakutat's ancient times, which resulted in what you see today as many deformed people the world over, as well as mixed creatures of the Madzi or past. Breeding is not new. Sayakat's plants, for Wakat's fruits, yet in genetics the devil hides it from you, trying to correct their Yakasaj genes. And Jalai or Ajal cure their Lain curse. All right. So why are they doing all this graftation with their own genetics? Is it just because they just want to be so creative? No, the reality is that they're trying to heal the defects in their genetics. That's why they're doing it today. So in the Brits, they're trying to see how they can cure some of these defects, all right, within themselves. So genetic nuclear madad material is artificially removed from one sakaf cell and implanted in the cell of another creature or person that had previously had a nucleus removed. All right, so that's how it happens. So they often use when they're doing cloning and genetic manipulation, it's always going to be a female. All right, it's always a female. The reason is because they do it with the mitochondrial DNA, which we know males and females have, but it's the female who can like bring it forward. All right, because it's hers that's going to be passed. So what they do is that it's shaped like a circle, the mitochondrial DNA. So that's why they take the nucleus out of that, and then they can implant something else, all right, into that nucleus, all right, which will have the program of that other creature in it. So technically it's a hybrid, but that's how you can bring that other DNA forth. All right. So that's why you always see like the sheep was named Dolly, all right, female. All right. It's going to be female. And that's why the extraterrestrials, they're concerned and interested in the women. They have no use for the Caucasian. They don't have any use for the male. All right. Because once you get the woman, you can have the seed of life for the entire species. If you have the male, you just have that male. Or if you have the woman, you hold the future in your hand for that species. All right. So that's why Caucasian women are actually welcomed, all right, into the genetics and family. Although it's not wise to do right now because we have to get ourselves situated. Where are you going to pull them into? All right. But in reality, their genetics allows it for them. All right. Now you know why. It's not just because I heard somebody say something very degrading about Baabaa. Seem like the people who write that just because they want white women. And it's like, no, it's not about, because I heard Baabaa turned down a couple white women who were interested. It's not about Baabaa wanting white women or Nagar men wanting white women. It's just the fact of respecting what the DNA can do. All right. And you can reprogram the mitochondrial DNA. You could do it naturally. You could do it genetically, artificially. It's possible. All right. And that's the reason why. All right. So now you see Dolly. Dolly is a female. There's a reason why she's a female, not a male. All right. So 424. As they did that with the sheep in 1997, it's called cloning. 425. Chimeras or hybrids are Kayuya, created from Kaluf, different species, even mixed with humans and animals, with Kahara, electrical shock. All right, so now you can see they're going into the electricity. When you go into the electricity, you're dealing with the ethers or the movements, the vibrations. All right, so now listen, Baabaa knows the science behind it. With Kahara, that's electrical, shock to speed up impulses. This stimulated a cell to divide, and the genetic information is revealed, so to breed creatures that could not breed normally. All right. Certain genetics can be close enough where you can naturally put these two genetics and they can have sex, like these Anunnaki that came down and had sex with these women. All right. That was close enough that it can just be through the sex act. That was compatible genetics. But then you can have genetics that are not compatible. Like, for example, a human and a dog is not going to have a child through intercourse. All right. That's not going to happen. But you can make the binding happen through electrical impulses. All right. Through laboratory experiment. All right. So that's how it can happen. Or laboratory means or artificial means. All right, you do it through electricity. So the cells multiply into larger bodies to develop into actual beings, which need to be implanted into a female's uterus, and it grows into a new hajan, hybrid. It's all about ancient Egyptian rakaf, or knowledge, biotechnological or technologies of the priest, the alchemist working on DNA. All right. Deoxyribonucleic acid. All right. That's the priesthood of men, or the men priesthood. That's what they dealt with. That's who helped Arashtat, or who some people know as Aset. That's who helped her after the priesthood, the men priesthood helped Arashtat with the DNA of Asar. All right. To still bring forth Asar's genetics, all right, in some shape or form. So you find it confirmed by the Greeks that it took place in Makhmat, Egypt, such as the Greek writers as Manetho and Plutarch. Look at Manetho's 3-volume work in Sabinitos. That's a city in Egyptian Nile Delta, who witnessed by another name, Eusebius. All right. I'm going to spell out these names, but I'll just put it up for a screenshot. So let's see. The Greek writers. All right. So look it up, Bob is saying. The Greeks spoke about the Egyptians doing it. All right, and there's volumes of books by certain writers. So the Greek writer named Manetho, you spell his name Manetho, and Plutarch or Plutarch, you spell his name Plutarch. And Manetho, he has a 3-volume work, and in the place, it's a city in Egypt called Sebennnytos, Sebenitos. All right, that's a city in Egyptian Nile Delta. All right. And it's also witnessed by another person named Eusebius or Eusebius. Eusebius. You spell his name Eusebius. All right. 431. Pa Nataru, the overseers, gods of Makhmat, Egypt, who ruled for 13,900 Shamatat years, and the Mukbatu demigods followed after them for another 11,000 Shamatat years. All right. Demi meaning somewhat. All right. So mixed. So you had the holy seed, and then you had the unholy seed that came after, or the mixed seed, all right? Demigods. All right, so Panatharu, the overseers, according to Manetho, created all kinds of creatures, monsters, chimeras, even human hybrids. In those times, the gods created monstrous beasts with strange appearances. There were men with 2 wings, and some with 4 and 2 faces. They had one body, but 2 heads of a man and a woman, and 2 sets of genitals, called hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites, males and females. Other men had legs and horns of a goat as satyrs, and the hooves of a horse, or the rear end of a horse, and the front of a man. Others beasts they made, such as bulls with human heads, as manitars, dogs with 4 bodies, and fish tails protruding from their rear end, horses with dog heads, and other monsters with the head and body of horse, and the tail of a fish, and other beasts in the form of all kinds of wild animals, as well as these beasts. There were fish and reptiles and snakes and many other strange creatures, each of which had different appearance. You could see them in the temple of Belos. Okay, there's the temple, the ruins of Belos or Baal or Bel in Palmyra, Syria. All right, so that's the place, and that's the actual temple. All right. So now you're starting to see why these different kind of creatures existed, and the various different groups. So now you see it wasn't just the Anunnaki doing grafting and cloning. It happened throughout time and time again. Ruins, then you have these are the philosophers or these writers, these Greek philosophers and writers. All right. That would be Plutarch, and this would be Eusebius right here. Eusebius. So you see, it was all Sajula recorded as taking place in ancient Egypt long before 6,000-year-old history. Hakayat, who? His stories found in their Bible and Quran. All right. So, for example, when they talk about being caveman, they say when we were caveman, he's not talking about the entire planet. When we were caveman, which they keep it very vague, they're talking about their Caucasian history. All right. When they were caveman. When they were caveman, there was other things happening all over the world. All right. Other societies going on, other things happen. All right. So his story goes back 6,000 years. So when he's talking about his story, that's really not your story. All right. Now it could be partially your story because we've been mixing with them, but that's not the extent of your story. That's where his story starts. That's where your story became interrupted when they jumped into your genetic line. So you see, it was all Sajula recorded as taking place in ancient Egypt long before the 6,000-year-old history. Hakayat, who? His stories found in their Bible and their Quran. The creatures you see on the walls all over the Macabre planet were real. All right. So sometimes you see some creatures, you see that they use spiritually. Oh, this is the spirit of this. But Baaba's saying that the creatures were actually, they did exist because they were doing hybrids. So Hajanu is hybrids, just as the Caucasoids themselves are a hybrid, a grafted man. All right. So Caucasians, what you're looking at is a hybrid, a modern day hybrid. But you had different forms of hybrids. All right. So I guess that Akhenaten, what's that Akhenaten? Yeah, Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti. All right. I guess they were hybrids. You have Ganesha. All right. That was a hybrid. Humanoid petroglyphs of Tanum, Sweden, dating back to the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age is from 1700 to 500 BC. These glyphs were painted red to make them more easily visible to tourists. All right. So they look kind of like amphibian men to some degree. All right. So they weren't really red, but they painted over them red so tourists can see it easier. You have just these different, you have a bird type of creature, reptile looking man being, you have some snake looking being, you have all these types of different things. All right. So it just keeps going on and on. All right. Temples throughout the world. All right. The skeletons that people can find now that look strange. All right. So the second Star Child skull found in 1930 in a cave in Mexico along the first Star Child skull cover. These alien skulls with humanoid type miniature bodies is dated 900 years old. The bone is thinner and weighs half as much, but more durable than human bones. Inside the Star Child bone are microscopic fibers and reddish residue that reflects any explanation. All right. So these bones are a lot lighter than human bones and smaller, yet more durable. So it's made up like the calcium and however the human bones is it has a different chemical component, all right, to that bone. And when they break the bones inside, they look at it, it has some type of reddish thing that's unique from humans. All right. But it looks very humanoid. So it's more than likely a hybrid. All right. Using some of our DNA and some other non-human DNA. All right. And it just keeps going on. So we're going to skip these different pictures. All right. Even the whole Baphomet goat boy. All right. So I skipped like 8 pictures. All right. So 436. And now you see where the Celtic Wiccans got their great god or goat Ramez. Symbol. Ramaz means symbol. Goats or Mendes or Baphomets. In Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. All right? Their generation throughout their genes or their family lines. They worshipped it and still do because they know these creatures are linked to their Muslafu ancestors. All right? That's why they keep these. So a lot of people tell you, well, the Baphomet is linked to the reproductive system because you can see the ovaries here. You can see the male parts, the female parts coming together. All right? Granted, they might symbolically be able to see things, but the reality is that these are also genetic experimentations, all right, of physical beings. And they hold on to these, and it makes a lot of sense why they hold on to all these images that they still hold on to, because they know that they're defective. So if they hold on to these creatures from their creators, maybe they can figure out the cure to their problems. All right. So they're constantly doing genetic modification all the time. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Arnold Schwarzenegger is actually the result of genetically modifying. All right. I don't know, but that's what I think. All right. So 437, they worshipped it and still do because they know these creatures are linked to their Muslafu ancestors. Even the Ramaz symbol for Pa Rawat, or the Sphinx. There were many kinds of Hajanu hybrids grafted the world over, even South America, Ecuador, in subterranean caverns. They have been found metal Masfa library with Tawur collection of hybrid creatures recorded by one Petronio Jamario Abarca. All right, let me pronounce this person's name again. Petronio Jamario Abarca. All right, that's the person who recorded that. And he said, moving to a third chamber, imagine my surprise to discover figures half human, half animal, as if all the mythologies had united to display themselves in gold and precious stone. There were bodies with heads of hawks, with horses' feet, with wings, birds, with human arms and legs, donkeys with faces of men, a multitude of combination of beast and human. All right. So he saw so many combinations of human beasts. So there's not one kind of hybrid. All right. And as of 2008 in Britain, they have made it legal officially to play with human and animal splicing. All right. But that's not, it didn't start since 2008. It's been going on for centuries and centuries. 441. There again are recorded by another and later part of Matab, planet Earth, yet same description. These crossbreeds did, Rajud, exist, and they once roamed Matab, the planet Earth, for their own Nakashat reasons. All right. So now each animal or each hybrid is being created for its own reason. All right. So now think about it. After that reason is fulfilled or expires, then so does the animal. All right. So it serves its purpose, and nature didn't really put it there, so it's going to fade without intervention. Anyway, all right, when you have certain type of hybrids, where would that hybrid exist? In nature, natural nature. So nature would more than likely destroy it after that reason that whoever created that hybrid would exist, all right? So, let's pause here for one moment. So we're on page 90 now. All right. So Zamaltat, I think that was Sakamtat. Was that you? You were saying something?
Yes, it was me.
Okay.
Yes. Your reading is jogging my memory about Master Teacher talking about Hitler was I think it was that was their last attempt of trying to make their race perfect, or to some kind of level. So the blonde hair, blue eye image of of their race being like the perfect thing. I think that's what came to mind when you were talking about the genetic engineering and manipulation.
I'm also thinking about the Palladians, how Baba explained that they do a lot of genetic changes on themselves. And do you remember Baba saying that inside their ships?
I can't remember that, but I think that Hitler thing was something to do with Hitler saw the Palladians and he thought that was like the best version of themselves. So he was trying to push that agenda of that how they look onto the race,
Right.
but his race, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that too. He was trying to he saw them as gods and image of perfect. And then he was so angry when he went to the Olympics,
Yeah,
and it was this African black man who beat out all of them.
yeah.
Right.
Is it American guy? Yeah,
Oh, okay. He's American, black American. Okay.
yeah.
Mm. All right. So we're on page 90. 442. These crossbreeds did Wajud exist, and they once roamed Pa Makab Mata, the planet Earth, for their own Nakashat reasons. 443. The homo beings, all right, homo means man, if anybody wonders. Homo. Homo beings, or the mankind type of beings. Now when I hear the word homogeneous, homogeneous, it's telling me that they're playing with the man genetics. When you have homogenized milk and homogenized this and homogenized, it's like, did they like put some type of man genes in the milk or something? That'd be interesting to look up homogeneous, all right, of how they break that down. All right. So the homo beings on Pa Makab Matad, the planet Earth, did not know who they were. However, knew they came in crafts from above. All right, talking about these extraterrestrials. So they didn't know them, but they just know that they're coming from these crafts. Most barely evolved past the animal stage. Humanoids passively watched these Mukwanu beings go about their way. Some stayed while others took off in crafts to meet up with very big crafts, miles long, while others worked inside Pa Makab Mata, the planet Earth. 446. They spent much time on Earth and set of structures, maprarats, temples. Maprarats means temples, and images of their leaders. So while here, these workers entertained themselves after a day's work. There were overseers and workers and little Makyayu creatures or Murmadu graves who did the transporting the crafts. 449. They went all over inside Pamakamata, the planet Earth, by different beings as earthlings looked on. These Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials spent centuries in this solar system and performed all kinds of building and digging beneath the earth. Some stayed inside caves, some under Mayayat's waters, and others in structures they built. The Shamutats years passed slowly in Afafrika, Africa, as well as Mesopotamia. These beings and their own offspring became bored, and the workers did not know, and the workers did not want to work so hard. 453. So, in search of variety and entertainment, they came up with all kinds of games and captured humanoids and used them for sports. And on the east of Mesopotamia, for bara food and sexual pleasures. They had no concept of human morality. This was before religion or ethic. So they bred with earthlings and became masters, later called gods. 457. And these gods did not get along. How they treated or mistreated their grandchildren was not the same. All right. So they didn't all relate the same. They did not all get along. Even from the same fleet, they didn't all get along. All right. 459. Pa Mukmahu, the Pleiadians of Mesopotamia, called Anakim, or Anunnaki put their grandchildren to work in mines. They genetically manipulated them for food and or sexual pleasures, as well as primitive workers, taught them how to hunt and kill, how to make weapons and use great fire. 460. Pa muntaru afafreeka, the overseers of Africa, called Mukmanu Agdads and Musahu Enyids, treated their grandchildren well as equals, taught them how to do great wonders, build great structures, language, art, flight, husbandry, medicine, alchemy, and much more. So think about it. The Agdads and the Enyids, we're talking about the very forces growing out of Noon, coming out as tadpoles, going through our different states. All right. So we're talking about our overseers, the one who are growing from natural nature. All right. How do they treat us? They treat us as equals. All right. So we are one of them, as an extension of them. All right. So this led to experimenting with DNA and genes on both Mumamu humans and in the Kadam East and animals in the Karab West. This genetic crossbreeding of divine design of organs to make a perfect creature resulted in Marat disease. 463. The genetic material of two unlike creatures, or humanoids, and animal turned out all kinds of creatures who once walked Pa Mata, the earth. The ensuing combination of canine and simian pawn to create a baboon, one of the first works of Zahutwi, a noble work indeed. All right. So the baboon, you know, is a creation. It's a hybrid when they took the monkey or the simian and the canine, created the baboon. All right. That's why the baboon is a kind of aggressive and flesh eater. All right. Yet this new creature was violent in its nature because of the canine DNA. So more genetic work went on. In the East, Pa Mukamahu, the Palladians, also did the same, such as the humanoid and canine, which resulted in a lycan, or a werewolf, called in the Bible later as a Celebites. Dog people, flesh eaters, killers by fatal nature, and they bred bovine with humanoids to create a minotaur. All right, bovine is like beef type animals. Bovine. So if you ever see bovine, they saying beef or cow or those type of creatures. So bovine with humanoids to create minotaurs. And these works went on many Shamutat years on Mata Earth, and all kinds of new creatures were grafted and made. What was created for entertainment, work, and pleasure was now going to be used to rule Pa Mata the Earth by killing others. 467. The new hybrid, the new breeds of Homo canine, Homo simian, Homo hog. All right. So man, remember Homo, you can take off and put man. So Homo canine. All right. Man, dog, man ape, or man monkey, and man pig. Right. So the new breeds of Homo canine, Homo simian, Homo hog were bred to be the wild and savage, the Celtic breeds, some call the Vikings, all right, or the Six Kings, Scandinavians, who looked much like their masters or overlords. All right, so now you could think of the goat, The goat still has spider DNA, which altered the DNA of that goat and behavior and nature of that goat, although it looked like a goat and early in the chapter. So these Homo canine, Homo simian, Homo hogs, they still looked very much like the Palladians. All right. 468. Mukradu, tailless ape man, covered with fur, with white fur all over Sasquatch, who raped and mixed their genes as they came out of the Caucasus Mountains, moved eastward to Nagalia or Asia, southward to Madhya or India. All right. 469. The grandchildren of Germanic races who spread world over their germs, not by far the perfect creatures, all right? Not by far the perfect creatures. So you see how they're getting into the Asian blood types, all right? These creatures that are being made that has some of those other genetics in it, then they are getting into the other genes. 470, as well as Afafre Ka Africa, and so the primitive savages on two legs created a homogeneous on Mata earth, banded together as clans and started killing the hybrid animals for their flesh to cook and eat as their Mukma Palladian masters. And as you see, Pa, Caucasus Nadu, the Caucasoids still eat meat to this very day. Cooking is the same as offering burnt sacrifices. That's why they have barbecues. All right. And it's like they have these barbecues. The people come together around the barbecue. All right. And you could smell the barbecue all around. All right. That's part of their, goes back to their traditions. All right. Then they descended on Bashar, human flesh, to kill and eat. So they first started with all the hybrids, and then they just said, you know what, let's just eat the humans. So this caused more conflict between gods, and boundaries were set up as lands, all right? So that's where the boundaries come, because you're infringing upon how I want to do things. This extraterrestrial don't agree. That extraterrestrial don't agree. So let's just start making boundaries. You stay in your lane, I'll stay in my lane. You do what you want with your people, but they can't be doing what they want over here. So now you see that's why they go into war with each other. All right. And then they have their creation fighting on their behalf. So there was the red zone called Zupu of carnivores in the east, ruled by Ananu or the Anunnaki, and the green zone called Nupu of the herbivores in the west, ruled by Nataru or the overseers. 474. This divine was originally set up as far back as time of the dinosaurs. Eventually, a breach was made between the zones, and the carnivores began to kill and eat the herbivores in the green zones, caused by reptilians that used the dinosaurs to break through the barrier, which was a force-filled wall. This breach led to the destruction. Did you know that there's an actual there's a force field that I forgot where that water is, but the water bodies, they actually don't mix. It's like a force field, and it's like right across from each other. And these animals just will not pass that force field, and this animal won't pass this force field. It's actually today. So you see there's still force fields around the planet. It's in Asia. I had to remember because I remember I was looking at it, I was like, wow. All right. So 476, eventually, through many upgrades and gravitations, man evolved and the deities mixed in, and their own offspring and selected grandchildren chosen as leaders and become priests. And so they needed laws, which became Zaham, religion, the holy or pure way. In time, these priests named Pa Taraq, the land, by what was around it. All right, so the land was named for what was around it. 479, they also named the clans of people by what they saw. For instance, the people called Mubaru or Hebrews because they crossed over. And Pa Nahartui, the two rivers in the east, and the Tigris and Euphrates. They crossed over the two rivers in the east, all right? So that's why they just named them. Oh, those are the ones that cross over. It reminds me of how sometimes we do with each other. Like, you know, I don't know that guy's name. You know, the one who sags his pants. That's what I'm seeing. So sag, you know, sag his pants. That sag his pants kid or whoever. You know, or you know, library boy, the one who's always in the library girl. All right. So that's how they name the people. All right, for what's going on around, or behaviors and actions and things, events. So 481. Man was allowed to copy from Shamayu or the Sumerian stone tablets and make their own tablets of law, the 10 Commandments given by their gods called Elohim, who were Mukmahu Pleiadians, each one called El or Adon, and the real evil one Shad, and their exalted leaders called Elyun, their law of Levi Tanun, or Ha-Torah, the law. All right? Ha-Torah means the law. All right? I'm thinking about when we name our children all kinds of things. I've also heard little black boys called Adonis. All right? So that just meant leaders, all right, of their fleets. So the really evil ones were called Shads. All right? Shaddai. So 482. This is the Mudamu Adamite race of people, not the Nagar Nadu Negroids. Their clans became Sha'abu, tribes and nations and people named after their humanoid appointed clan leaders, such as Jacob became Israel, and his Karadu children Israelites, and their land Israel. They were chosen to serve Mukmahu, or the Pleiadians, and Tainum, or Tanum, the draconian reptilians, who requested of them flesh and Damam blood, meals of both animal and human. All right. So we know the relationship between the Pleiadians and the Draconians. The Draconians, the Pleiadians served the Draconians. So we see a nice hands-on relationship between the Pleiadians and the Adamites. And then we have the Draconians, they just want to eat. All right. So the Pleiadians, I heard older stories that the Pleiadians, they were actually being eaten. So they created a dummy race that looked like themselves. So the Tanim or the Draconians could stop eating them and eat these people instead. But the Pleiadians, they also ate flesh as well. But the Draconians are even more sadistic. All right. So even their own children were offered to be eaten, or they would be taken away for barah food. All right. So the Tanim was the ones who requested the blood and flesh meals of both animals and humans. All right. As we see with the example of Abraham when he was willing to offer his son. 486. Many creatures roamed in herds and took humans as servants, became their gods, to whom man offered sacrifices, in Leviticus chapter 17, verses 7. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a-whoring. This shall be a statute for even unto them throughout their generations. 487. Other humans worship their own dead, Muslafu ancestors, or familiar spirits. This became ghost, spirit, unseen God worship. Some looked up and worshiped the star, all right, or the sun. Others looked, or the stars, all right. Others looked for their overlords to return from above. In Micah chapter 1, verses 3 reads, For behold, the Lord cometh forth out of his place, and will come down and tread upon the high places of the earth. That's the King James Version. All kinds of Zionist religious beliefs and the Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials had passed on until this day. All right. So you have all types of religious beliefs. For us, we're doing away with beliefs. All right. Doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge our ancestors. No, we do. But now we're taking time to go beneath just the surface. All right. Because like the example of the story I love to tell about the child who she was witnessing her mom make a chicken, and she would notice how her mom cut it up, and she witnessed her mom do this time and time again. And she just went to her mom one day and said, "Mom, why do you cut the chicken like that?" And then she said, "This is the way my mother did it, so this is the way I do it." So that wasn't really an answer. She didn't really know why. She just said that she does what her mom does. So she's like, "Let me go ask grandma." So she went to grandma, and grandma said, "Well, that's the way my mother did it." So and that's the way I witnessed her do it. That's the way I do it. She went to the great grandmother who happened to still be alive. And great grandmother said, "The reason why I cut up the chicken like that was because I only had one little small pot. And that's the only way I can get everything. That's the only thing I owned. I was very poor. So I could get it to fit in the pot. I had to cut it up. But I don't know why your mother and grandmother does that." And that was the answer. All right. So it's not about that you could see, for example, how it is about not it's about how a fact in time can become watered down as you lose your connection to the facts, and it just becomes a belief after a while. Even though a belief can still be based on something factual, it's just you don't know why you're doing it. All right. So it becomes a belief to you. All right. And that becomes a whole birth of religion. All right. So that's probably another scroll we'll read together, Birth of Religion. Actually, I think somebody has my scroll. I might have to buy another one. But Birth of Religion, now you see how the birth of religion came, because you start losing your connection to the facts, and it starts to get watered down, watered down. Eventually you become disconnected. All right. And now you can have a religion based on facts. It's just that you don't know the facts. And you can have a religion that's just based on nonsense. All right. So you saw a mix of all these types of things. You have ancestral worship, you have star worship, you have all types of ghost worship, spirit worship, all these types of worship. All right. You see how it's coming about. So all kinds of za'amas, religious beliefs, and the Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials has passed on until this day. Even their Jesus in their New Testament says flat out, he is from above in John chapter 3, verses 31, and also John chapter 8, verses 23. Their Bible and Quran repeatedly says their God, Allah, came down to earth in Genesis chapter 11, verses 5 through 7. So their Lord came down to Matat, earth, from where? And Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 through 8, and ate flesh. All right. So now you see how these extraterrestrials could be laughing amongst themselves. All right. At how they're seen as gods when they're just playing with the shifting the information. All right. Or they just might be a little bit more advanced. All right. So 493. Who is really crazy? They are out of their own minds and under the spell of Leviathan. They join unto Tannin. All right. Anybody who's joining unto Tannin, they would be out of their minds, because we see these Tannin or these Draconians. All right. Nothing's sacred. So whoever will want to join into Tannin will be out their minds in the first place. Because you see the Pleiadians trying to get away from them. All right. So 494. In this state of the Tapal world in these final days, this is the state of the Tapal world in these final days, each look for their savior to return for them. Most have no idea they are waiting on flesh-eating, drinking, blood-drinking, Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials who have made deals with their government to exchange technologies for humans, called abductions or missing persons. In exchange for 10 years from 1943 AD governments worked with them. All right. So they started working with them in the 1940s, 1943. Right. Philadelphia experiment. They worked with these extraterrestrials. Now they have been, Baabaa explained that these extraterrestrials have been abandoned. They have abandoned these Adamites, which makes a lot of sense. Look at the crash that happened on the tower. The crash happened. Hasmuni, I just want to make sure that I could be heard. Because a couple of days ago, I realized no one could hear me.
Right, babe.
All right. Rahul Bazamata. Great. So
I can hear you. I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate that, Rahul Baz. So as of the year 2000, I forgot exactly what year. That's when it was over. Then they got an extension. But they have since been abandoned. So now Trump in his second presidency, which we're there now, which Baabaa has told us about, was it 8 years ago? Baabaa told us about this a while ago. But Trump in his second presidency has been tasked with building the tower for Nanar. All right. That blood, flesh-eating reptilian. All right. Or extraterrestrial, I meant to say. And, offering up to show that they're still useful. All right. The reality is that their time is up. So, but these beings are just coming back to eat. That's it. All right. But you can see with their technology that they have been abandoned by, how could they get to the moon in the 1960s, but they can't even get to the moon now with so much more advanced technology? And then you can see, like, ever since they moved to 5G, there's so much more glitches. So I'm like, they were getting hope before. Now it's like they got the upgrade, but they didn't get the rest of the formula. So things are just falling apart, and we'll watch it continue to fall apart. All right. 496. The priest or rabbi, the sheikhs, kept and keep the secrets in brotherhoods. It's about how to satisfy these muzyad mutatalu extraterrestrials who exchange and take people and animals. Many of them walk amongst mamu, humans. All right. I'm thinking about OES, Order of Eastern Stars. All right. I was going to join, Baabaa told me not to join. All right. I'm not telling others not to join. He just told me not to join. But I went and I still ordered the books. I got my Eastern Star book because I was just curious. And I read about it. And I'm like learning just about Ada. You have all these 5 principles. Again, the 5 principles of 5 women. Takes you back to Satanism, as this book already said. So already starting on that pentagon. And then the first one is a daughter that she's supposed to, it's showing the sacrifice of women and just allowing yourself to be used. Allow yourself to be sacrificed. And Ada, the first woman, all right, because it's like you want to round yourself off to their standard of what a good woman is, selfless, serving, etc., etc. And you see that Ada, she was very close to her father, and her father took her. He had made an agreement with somebody that the first person that he runs into has to be given as a sacrifice to be carried away to whatever entity. So Ada, he runs into his daughter first, and that's who he loved the most. So that was a hard sacrifice. But she already knew what time it was. She was like, why'd you have to come now? And he took his daughter up there and he put the veil over her face so he was going to stab her. But then she took the veil off and she said, I'm a good woman. I want to see you. I'm a good daughter, whatever it is. I'm honorable. So you see, she's like and she got to die an honorable death because she got to die with her head uncovered. And I'm like, that's the order of the Eastern Stars. So now let's read this again. That's why Bible says that we went through these schools, but that's not really what we are. We're not Masons. We're not Eastern Stars. We're not. You see elements of our story in there. All right. Same way, like with even with the breath book, and you're doing these breathing exercises. All right. And then you see other cultures like the yoga or the yogis, meaning join as well. Yogi means to join. That's all fine, but when they start doing unnatural things, like there was this brother, I'm not even going to say his name because the boy is crazy. And he studies us. He doesn't even study our scrolls. He just uses Baaba's information to create his own platform. And he set himself on fire to show how spiritual or how much his herbs work. And I think eventually he ended up burning himself. But this is an example of like what you don't do. So Baabaa took out all the cumbersome, or he calls it the demonic infiltrations. He takes them out, and then he gives you back the unadulterated. All right. So it's like even certain postures, it's not good for your body because it can mess up your joints and different things like that. So you don't do those. You do what's conducive to your design. All right. So you might see elements, all right, of our information spread throughout the world and mixed in. All right. Because we're the soil from which everything grows. So let's go back to where it says about the brotherhood. All right, how they hide stuff. So 496, very important. The priest or rabbi, shaikh or sheikhs, keep and kept the secrets. Can you keep a secret? It depends on what the secret is. I can keep a secret, but not to be in some club. No, all right. We're going to share the facts and level the playing field so we can stop these games. That's why we read these scrolls. All right. So Shay kept the secrets and keep the secrets. In brotherhoods, it's about how. So what are their brotherhoods about? About how to satisfy these Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials who exchange and take people and animals. Many of them walk amongst Humamu, humans. All right. Some of them are right here with us. Some can even shapeshift, transform. Others as tayef, ghosts, or orbs, or lights, or what the Bible calls an act. Chapter 2, verses 3, cloven tongues like fur, which reads, and there appeared unto them cloven tongues like of fire. I meant to say like cloven tongues like fire. And it sat upon each of them. All right. So there's energy, vibrations. All right. So a lot of them times they're aware of disembodied energy. All right. That they want to bring bodies to. All right. So this energy could take hold of the bodies. All right. So you have everything from shapeshifters, transformers, ghosts, orbs. All right. Some take over human katato, human bodies. They become possessed and are called insane or nuts or crazy. Some use bodies to katul, kill, for bloodlusting. They use humans for their own pleasures. Some have sex with sleeping people, such as Lilam and Liliat Sukabai. Ashashu, females, and Inkabai, or Ichabus, you might see it as. Ayushu, for males. All right. That is why I say Sabians do not drink or become drunk or intoxicated, as that leaves you open to the abuse of 6 ether forces of evil, looking for lustful, drunken, drugged, or angered people to possess their katat's body and use them for their own purposes. So to lower the consonants of the people, right? Which we see sometimes people try to do that from time to time because they might be hijacked, all right? And this entity might not be able to affect you directly. So what they do is they will go to somebody with a lower continence and then use that person as a tool. So now you can lower your consonants and then now it can affect you. All right. So either you are of that bloodline or you of that continence. That's why Baabaa says that we value a good attitude, a high attitude. That's in the potential scroll. All right. So living to your potential is a form of protection too. So some are able to communicate with the other side, such as mediums, even see them, yet they can also be deceived, as these spirits can take on many forms. All right. So you can communicate just like people do. Anybody could put on our attire. Anybody can put this braid on. All right. Anybody can read 1 or 2 books and then sit amongst you. All right. You have people on the physical side that are very deceptive. That's the same thing on other dimensions. You have other beings on the other side, and they might appear as you, but that's not really you. All right. So 16. I think there's a page missing in my book. All right. It was printed that way. So actually it fits though. So I'm just going to read it. It jumps to a wrong page, but it actually fits. It goes good. So some people are able to communicate with the other side, such as mediums, even see them, yet they can also be deceived, as these spirits can take on many forms. All right. So the next page is supposed to be 96, but I'm not reading 96. I don't know what I'm reading, but it looks good though. So 16. When these Shakasu people die, they are met with 6 ether forces who come forth at the point of exchange called Mawat's death and take their Ka spirit and Ba soul. Many Nagad Nadu Negroids have been taken at death because they open up to 6 ether forces in their Za'amats, religions, or rituals. So many of one's own relatives are trapped by 6 ether forces and must be freed so they can get help, guide your life, and meet you at the point of transfer. When one of the Kakas Nadu died, they can be seen as a small orb of gas, and the body weight is dropped. That is spirit ether. Kakas Nadu Caucasoids are 6 ether. Their orbs are trapped on this level, while they are seen as little white gas like orbs. The stronger ones are seen as full body apparitions. All right. So if they have enough energy, they can appear more than just a little spark. You might even see them as a being, and you might see through them. All right. You might actually see their form. All right. But they're still trapped nonetheless. All right. Most 6 ether Tayef ghosts are still wicked, and evil tormentors of the living still attached to places, people, and things. All right. So they must burn that out. So they stay here on this side, burning that until they dissipate. All right. So that energy gets burnt out. And that's why there's a scroll called Feeding the Forces. Which forces are you starving them? Or are you feeding them? All right. You Nagad Nadu, Negroids, and Musabat are Tamem Makyai, perfect creature. You know your true selves and Muslafu ancestors. All right. The Nagad Nadu in Wusabat. All right. Just because you're in the Nagad Nadu, no. In Wusabat, because what does Wusabat deal with? All right. Taking us back to Sirius. And what are we doing as well? We're also dealing with sound, right reason. We're getting to know these very forces, how we're put together, how do things come about, how do things grow. That's called animism. All right. So it's not just how things appear, it's the energy in which makes things come forth. So pretty much you're getting a roadmap to existence. All right. So that's the science of Wusabat. And going back into the very forces of natural nature. So that's our task. Now you see, in order to call yourself perfect creature means to know your true selves, all right? Who you are, not what you became, all right? Through these different things that you see has happened in politics throughout the planet, all right? So 20, whatever page this is, seems like it fits. Maybe it's a typo and it really does fit. Okay, many Mukwanu beings came to this planet in what is called in Egypt winged sun disk, in Tibet heavenly pearls, in New Zealand the seashells of the Maori or Maori, and Arabia by Muslims Burak, in India crafts called Vimanas, and the Bible to Hebrew pillars of lights and fire and angels and light of the Israelites. All right. Then Baabaa puts extraterrestrials with a question mark. All right. These other Mukwanu beings, Mukyayu creatures, also had offspring on this planet, became a laboratory of all sorts, including a contest of genetic experiments. All right. So now you see where they have the little show. And these various extraterrestrials coming together to watch this show, all right, of their competitions and contests of who can make the best being, or look at what my being can do. What can your being do? All right. So many of the freaks or myths created beings that were successful, various Mujanu hybrids. Others were defective. And much like many birth defects you have read about and previously seen in the scroll. 517. Paa Taraq, the Caucasoids, are a grafted, made kind of man, and his imperfections are in his genes, and is why he must mix back in with you to survive, or he will literally die. All right. So there's no saving him when he keeps going to the genetics and playing with the genes and trying to mix out the birth defects. The only cure to his disease, all right, is mixing back in with you. But then you're left holding the bag. And now that's where we are today, all right, as we're healing ourselves, all right. So 518. The other races have come from you, the original man, the Sans people, possessing all genetic traits of all human races and none of the traits of mankind. All right. So we have all the traits of all the races and none of the defects of the Kakasnadu. All right. From there, which is blonde hair and blue eyes. All right. Which is a defect, because now we know the importance of having your melanin. All right. So you will see when you look at a Sans person now, right now in South Africa, a lot of people from all over the world are going to mixing with the Sans people. But they already had those traits before everybody came to mix in with them, because all these different genetics was pulled out of them. Everybody can trace their genetics back to the Sans people. All right. And that's why there's such a big concentration on South Africa. All right. All right. So now you can look at a Sans person. You see that they have all the traits from the nappy hair of the Negro. All right. The creased eyebrow from the Aborigine. You have that eye shape. All right. Of the Mongoloids. You have the full lips of the Negroids. You have that dimple chin of the Dravidians. All right. So who is the perfect creature? All right. So let's ask, who's the perfect? Perfect for what? Perfect in their generations. All right. The Sans people are surviving. The Caucasus Nadu, not so much. All right. They're hybrid and they're trying to buy time for their expiration date because they were made imperfect. All right. Like they're imperfect makers. with the Sands people. They grew from the very forces of natural nature. All right. So they're in perfect time, perfect timing. So who is the perfect creature? You, as Nagad Nadu Negroids, are the perfect creature. Scientifically, as you are able to reproduce on your own, you are able to heal naturally because of natural regenerative properties. All right. A lot of the things, and that's where that I should comes in from. That when you stop partaking in certain poisons, you'll see your body go back to its natural baseline. All right. That's a gift from Paa Taraq. All right. For others, they get a cut, they'll just bleed to death. All right. You get a cut, you heal up naturally. All right. We just need to recreate the environment where healing can take place. All right. And stop partaking in the things that's making you sick. But notice that your body goes back to its baseline. 517. You can speak. You have intelligence. You have a soul, a spirit, which puts you in tune with natural nature, the planets and Paa Taraq, the overseers. Sawab, Kawun Sawab. Truth is truth. All right. And that concludes our scroll, my son. So, and here's our seal. All right. The nature of our overseers treated us like they're equals, one who is of them. That's why we call ourselves Muntaru, all right, when we personify. And that's what we are striving to get back to. So, by the people, for the people, of the people, Mispatia. And here's our flag, all right? And never forget who you are, no matter what you've been through, all right? We're still here. I shook. All right. So does anybody have anything to say about the scroll? And if you don't, it's okay as well, because sometimes we need time to digest. All right. So I think that's, yes, Zamalta Herseed.
Right, babe. I just wanted to say thank you for making the time always for reading scrolls. I know I'm really quiet or silent in a lot of these spaces, and I do want to apologize to everybody for that. But I'm really doing some deep introspection, and the doctrine is really making me come to grips with who I may be or trying to become. So I do appreciate your time.
No, I appreciate you, Zamalta, as well. And, I don't want anybody to apologize that we all have our own learning styles, and as long as you're being as long as you're being authentic, then you're still bringing that energy to the group. So I appreciate you being here, and it's always a pleasure to read these scrolls as well together. Anybody else has any thought about the scroll, or maybe something that they're triggered to think about? If not, it's okay as well. We're going to be reading another scroll maybe Monday. I'll see. I'll confirm that in the chat.
It was a lot of information, Zamal. It was a lot to take in, that scroll. As you said, I think I need to digest it, maybe listen to it more than once again.
Right.
It was powerful, yeah.
Right.
But
oh yes, Antat Ate Afu. So I appreciate everybody for coming together, for having an interest in improving yourselves and your lives, because as we all take the time to improve our individual lives, we're healing our collective story. So I appreciate everybody doing their part. And even if your part's quiet, as long as you're working on something, that's really our story. So I appreciate everybody, because you're helping the momentum and the morale in your own way. So I just encourage us to continue and with that being said, I shook my side, and I'll see you for the next reading. We will share when the next reading will be, which will be in a few days. So, why do my son? I shook.
I shook.
I shook what do?
I shook. Why do? Moisa.